Good morning, everybody. Lumberjack Landlord in the house. And yeah, donning my Tim Thomas Boston Bruins jersey, the last man to bring us a cup. But anyway, I digress. So good morning to everybody. Super excited to have you guys here. We're going to cover a ton of stuff today. Sorry for being a minute late. Was just spending some last minute time this morning with the kiddos. Absolutely a blast, as you guys always know. So I've got a 3-year-old Samuel and a 2-year-old Bryn and a 7-month-old Eliana. And so hence the dark circles underneath my eyes. They are fighting to make sure that I don't get as much sleep as I'd like to get. But yeah, wanted to, as you guys know, Lumberjack Landlord here. We want to spend some time with you guys talking about real estate this morning. I just realized I got to get another one of my lights on. Yeah, excited to be here. We'll talk about a ton of stuff. There was one of the things that I want to make sure we talk about a little bit today, is going to be, and obviously we'll answer all your guys' questions. We'll do all of that stuff. But one of the things I'm actually looking up on my phone that I wanted to talk to you guys about today was something that a viewer brought up, last night. And so I was having a bit of a back and forth, with him last night, and give me just 1 second here. Chris Miller. Hopefully Chris is in attendance. But yeah, Chris Miller, give me 1 second. I want to just get this light on. Much better. Now I can see things. So wanted to just get back to, but yeah, Chris Miller actually had a long conversation just via comments with him last night. And one of the things that he talked about was, renting by the room. So for those of you who believe that I rent by the room, I absolutely do not rent by the room. I will not rent by the room. The reason that there's sometimes that perception is because my revenue model and how I count revenue and how I price my units. So we've come up with a revenue model that is how we're able to price units very quickly in our market. We have only 3 towns that we do business in. It's about 30,000 people, and then a small town, which is only about 5,000 people. So all totaled in all 3 cities that I do business, or two are cities and one's a town. But in all 3 that I do business in, you're only talking about a population of 65 or 70,000. It's a smaller population. So we are a bigger fish in a smaller pond. I say all that to say that because of this, we know all the areas. We know what's good, what's bad. We know the A's, the B's, and the C's. So we know all of this stuff. But I think it's really important to understand, when we're talking about the market and how we approach the market, we always, first and foremost, we look at what the zoning is. The zoning is critical because there is nothing worse than getting a call from the city saying, hey, you're in violation. I have, in my 20 years, I've been in violation twice. The 2 times I was in violation, they were actually both the same exact reason. It was because tenants were refusing to use the to basically get their trash taken care of. So that being said, give me 1 second here. As always, so quick disclaimer, as you guys know, we have people working on Sundays. And so you will see me look down at my phone. I want to make sure that the people that I'm paying by the hour, that they have the things that they need, and that I'm answering the questions that they have. So if you see me glance down at my phone, I'm not trying to be rude, but I do have to make sure to not be rude to my contractors that are nice enough to work on Sundays. Even though, yes, they're getting paid, they're still going above and beyond and getting things done on Sundays. And just so you know, I don't make anybody work Sundays. I ask. So it's like, hey, can you? And if they say yes, great. And if they say no, completely understand. I've got a family too. So we just want to make sure to give them the option if they want to use their time. We don't make the decision for them and how they want to use their time. So all that being said, on the zoning stuff, you must look at zoning. Zoning is critical. Now, I've done a video on my channel about ADU. ADU is extremely important because you can actually find value that you can actually put onto your properties by adding an additional dwelling unit, ADU, or an auxiliary dwelling unit. Those are the 2 definitions that we see in my market. They could be different in yours. So In those areas, what's very, very interesting to see is that there are some areas that allow for, basically rental by the room. They're typically, it's a very small sector of most cities and towns. They do exist. They are, obviously, they're meant for other types of buildings. However, there are scenarios where the conversation can be had with the town of, this is how I'm going to use the building. I am not a do first, apologize. It's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. You get a reputation as a landlord in a city, and we have 3 small cities that we do work in, and they all talk to each other. You get a bad reputation pretty fast. There are guys that do that. They're the ask for forgiveness instead of permission. I much prefer the asking for permission, just because I'm trying to run a business. We're trying to run it on the up and up. We're being honest. And if there becomes a problem, we want them to go back on the fact of, yeah, you know what? No, he wouldn't do that. That's not the kind of businessman that he is. We want that in the back of their minds because we want to do things the right way. We will ask for permission before we ask for forgiveness. So when we talk about these dwelling units and the room for rent, we do not do room for rent. We will never do room for rent. It is not a business model that I'm interested in. It is like Airbnb, but higher turnover and more probability for headaches between tenants. So every unit that we rent it out with everybody on one lease for the appropriate term for a specific amount, right? So let's say it's a year, almost all of them are year-long leases. Some of them are longer. They might be 18 months. They might be 12 months. They might be 24 months. We have a couple leases that are 36-month leases. Those are on the commercial side. But we set ourselves up this way because there's something called joint and several liability. Joint and several liability basically is this. It's 4 people signing on to the same lease, let's say. Now, they're roommates, but they're friends, but they're not, maybe they're family, maybe they're not. And I have some interesting rules around that too. But maybe they're family, maybe they're not. But it's 4 friends, 4 people deciding to be roommates that are living together. They're all under the same terms of the lease. Some people say, hey, we want to pay you all together at once in the beginning of the month. Other people say, no, you know what? Because of how I get paid, I don't want the other 3 guys to be late. And so so I'll pay you on the 5th when I get my, after my paycheck is cleared type of thing. So again, the idea is joint and several liability. Those 3 words are very, very important. Here's basically what they mean. It means that everybody is signing up for the same agreement, for the same terms. The key is that in some cases, my buildings have rooms that are different sizes. So there's a master bedroom that might have a bathroom off of it. Well, one roommate is willing to pay more than the other roommates for that. So it doesn't make sense for them to all be paying exactly the same amount. So for that reason, they'll each Venmo me, or they'll PayPal me, or they'll whatever me, send me a check, or send me a money order. These are all, I make paying me about as easy as you can get it. And the reason why is because I want to get paid and I don't want any excuses. So it can be PayPal, it can be Venmo, it can be check, it can be ACH, it can be any number of different things. So the by bedroom thing is only the way that we calculate what the rent likely should be for that unit. Now, we have a standard template, which is kind of like, okay, 2 bedrooms is, $800 plus or minus, depending on the amenities that we add. 3 bedrooms is $700, depending plus or minus, depending on the amenities the building has. Same, and location. So we kind of have a standard template. 4 bedrooms, $600, or six or $650. I have to look. I think it's like $650, and then again plus or minus. 5 bedrooms, which we have that are very desirable, certainly to the college group and to the grad students and such. Again, that I think is the 5 bedrooms is, I think that's the base at 600, 550, and then that one's plus or minus. So we have a few that are just above that and one that's right at that. And I think one that's just below that. And it's because of parking. There's lacking parking there. So I say all of that to continue to say this. We do not rent by the room. We will never rent by the room. We do put everybody on the same exact lease because it's joint and several liability. I'll finish explaining what joint and several liability is. And the third thing is we basically use this as a template for how we price our units. We've been in these markets long enough to know that this is what the market will largely bear. And we know that we can be kind of plus or minus, in those areas. And that's really the key. So joint and several liability, what it basically means is, let's say there's 4 people on a lease, right? And Of the 4 people, 1 guy does all the damage. While it might not be nice, and I try to work with people to say, hey, listen, you guys need to get him or her back in the fold and doing the right thing, because if they don't, it falls all on your shoulders, right? So they might all have qualified on the way in, but when they sign that lease, because they're roommates, that's on them, not on me. It's not my job to manage them. I want to be a hands-off landlord from the perspective where you live your life, I live mine. When you have a problem, I am a service to you, and I will come and take care of your problem. We're not buddies. We're not friends. We're not colleagues. We don't hang out. If you need something, I'm a business. You reach out to me and I provide service. So the joint and several liability means that if this guy happens to be a deadbeat, and let's say he does $1,000 worth of damage on the way out the door and everybody else was perfect, I can actually hit that deposit for that $1,000. I can. This is joint and several liability. That's what it is. Joint and several liability is this exactly. It is the ability for me to not necessarily have to go after the person that did it, but I can go after the sum of the deposit. Again, no separate leases per bedroom, no separate leases per person, no varying terms, no rental agreements. Everything is at minimum, a 1-year lease. We might do month to month if you're an inherited tenant. Or if you've told us, hey, we're not sure what the next 6 months looks like for us, it might be patchy with a job or perspective and that sort of thing. We will then just say, you know what, let's just go month to month. And terms of the lease still prevail. The only thing it doesn't is the term or the definitions in the lease still prevail. The time term does not. So that is something I want to make sure to explain to you guys real quickly. Again, joint and several liability. That's why we signed the leases we have. That's why I just upgraded my lease recently, actually. We went from a 4-page lease. It was pretty good. I paid an attorney to put it together maybe 20 years ago. My attorney that I've used for the last 10 years actually got a copy of it because he had an eviction because the eviction moratorium was over. He looked at it and he goes, this is garbage. And I told him who wrote it and he goes, they wrote that? I was like, yeah, so I think your business is safe. He's like, oh, dear Lord, that's horrible. So I actually asked him because he's also a landlord, which is something I preach a lot about. If you're going to get an attorney who is also a landlord. 2 reasons. 1, they know and stay on top of all the laws. 2, they know exactly what you're dealing with. They know the law, but they also know that there's certain practicalities that also exist, scenarios, if you will, where they say, by law, we can do this, but that's probably not your best move. And the reason that they say that is because they know what they would do in their shoes, and that's what I'm more concerned with. I'm more concerned with the application of the law than I am black and white what it says, because I've lost before on the black and white because it was interpretation, total garbage. But anyway, it was interpretation. So him interpreting it as a landlord from my position, you couldn't ask for a better opportunity, right? Better opportunity than to have a lease from a guy who's an attorney, practicing for over 25 years, has property himself, has seen all the same issues under the sun that we're going to see in the future. And I told him, I said, what's really smart, I'm a business guy. What's really smart is if you take that lease and just start giving it to people, because you know who can defend your lease better than anybody? You. He can defend. He knows every argument in his lease. So my 3, almost 4-page lease now is 8 pages, but there is very little wiggle room, which I love. I love black and white. So when people sign this lease, it's black and white. This is what it is. If you like it, great. If you don't, okay too. But that is what it is. And so it makes handling problems. It's kind of like I was telling somebody this week, I said, a good lease is like a good fence with a neighbor. Good fences make good neighbors. Good leases make better tenants, because you can always say, let's take a look at what the lease says on this. And then you don't have to be the bad guy. And I'm not afraid of being the bad guy, but it makes the conversation a lot shorter, because then they have to ask you to make an exception to the lease. And then it's, if I have to make an exception for you, I have to make an exception for everybody. So hopefully this was valuable. If you want, you guys have Chris Miller to thank for that. If you hated the last 15 minutes, then you have him to blame for that. But anyway, so hopefully that's helpful. Let's get into it. Let's take a look at some of the questions that we have. All right, Janet Santiago. Good morning. Good morning, Matt. First, how is your daughter? Good news. I bought the Michael course. Very cool. I'm very excited. I listened to all your videos this week. Awesome. Thanks for listening to all the videos. You can't go wrong with getting the one rental at a time course. I truly and honestly believe that is the best value on the internet by far. Guys, $300. And now with the discount code of June 50, like, you guys cannot get a better course. I mean, I'm being honest. There are like 80 plus hours in that course. And I've taken a bunch of the hours in that course, stuff that I never had any care to do, or just that's how I dabble. That's how I thought, man, maybe this is interesting. If you're a brand new investor or you've even got a couple under your belt, that course is worth its weight in gold because it can help you decide. The more ideas that you have in your head of how you can execute a strategy, the more opportunity you have to take any deal and turn it into gold. It just is. I turn a lot. The reason now I see probably as many deals as I used to, but I know much more now what to do with them. And so I have a much higher success rate. This is where I can't say enough that Mike Zuber's One Rental at a Time course and the Facebook group, absolutely awesome. I participate in that group. Dion Financial Talk does. And Dion does a way better job than I do of staying up on that stuff. And his answers are always spot on. And he's taking it in. What I love about Dion is his thoroughness on any topic. If he hasn't lived it where he might have, if he hasn't lived it, he's done a ton of research and gotten a lot of the people that he works with at Bigger Pockets to weigh in on the situation. So you're getting expert people's input. I won't say advice because, again, we don't give advice. We can only tell you what we would do in our position. That's why it's kind of tough when some people say, hey, what about this? Yeah, that makes it a little bit tough sometimes because I don't know. I don't know your cash position. I don't know all of these other pieces. I actually did an email with somebody. They wrote me an email. Maybe they're on here today. It was 4 pages. I still haven't finished it yet. There's a lot there. And again, I'm not going to give them advice. I'm just going to say, okay, based on the scenario that if I put myself in your shoes, this is what I would be looking at and considering. That's all I can do because I'm not a professional. I'm amazing at real estate. That's what I'm really good at. So I couldn't tell you what to do because I don't live in your shoes. I don't walk your walk. And I believe the fastest way to make a mistake is not take into consideration somebody's current situation. So that's what I say. But yes, I'm glad you're excited, Janet. Janet, inflation is going to get worse next year. I believe so. I am working on cash flow. I am following all your advice. Okay. Thank you so much for your time and effort. Happy Thanksgiving, Lumberjack. Thank you. Thanks, Janet, for the well wishes for Thanksgiving. As everyone knows, or for those of you who don't, I have a 7-month-old daughter. She is battling cancer. And so because she is going through aggressive chemo treatments, we are quarantined. And so we have been quarantined since Labor Day weekend with a 3, a 2, and a 7-month-old. Holy cow. That's hard. So we literally now, when we go out in a car, we're just going out for a ride, for a joyride. That's it. So yeah, it's been an interesting, we're coming up on 3 months. So the 3rd of December, the 4th of December will be 3 months. So yeah, it's been a long 3 months and we've got about that long left to go. But we're blessed. We're blessed. She's responding to the treatment. Her medical staff is amazing. We are blessed to have every one of them. And we are also blessed to have so many people giving good thoughts and certainly prayers, which we greatly appreciate each and every single prayer. So we're grateful for that. So thank you, everybody, for doing that. It's made an immense impact on my family and been a huge blessing to my wife when she sits in the hospital room. A lot of times she has to sit there alone because I have to be here with the older 2 kids. And so we've tried leaving the 3 and 2-year-old by themselves for an extended period of time. And surprisingly, it creates issue. So we're going to not do that because we'd like to keep them. So I stay home with the 3 and 2-year-old. My wife goes in and does the time with the baby. And so, yeah, it's been definitely a year of adjustment. But we are grateful. Honestly, we're grateful for where we are and we're, choosing joy each day. So we're blessed. And then we get to do this fun stuff on Sundays and spend time talking about real estate, which is honestly, it's fun for me. I spend probably 6 hours a week talking about real estate like this between Mike and Dion, our 3 Amigos sessions, my own stuff. and then spending time with just a couple people that I'm mentoring that are friends. And so, I spend probably about 6 hours a week doing this stuff myself. And then a bunch of time managing my business and my current job because I still have a 9 to 5. So those of you whining that you don't have enough time to do the work, I have a 50-hour week real job too. And my book of business is this big, and I don't have a property manager. Sorry. This is the secret to long extended sessions. So give me just 1 second. Excuse me. So, Janet, yes, you're welcome. Fan Hedge Capital. Good morning. Hope all is well with the family. Yep. So, wanted to give that family update. So, I knew that there's a lot of well wishes for that. And excuse me, we are blessed. Dion Talk Financial Freedom. Meowdy. Good morning, dude. Roldan, good morning. Very creative. Log, saw, jack. Love it. Where is the hat? Good question. Child thievery. I love it when my son Samuel walks out and goes, I wasn't in daddy's office. What were you doing in my office? I wasn't in daddy's office. Yeah. Huh? All right. Pam Goodman. Good morning. Laundromat Landlord. Good morning. Yeah, I'm glad you guys watched that video. Honestly, it's awesome. It's awesome. I dig it. Like Mike's story. For those of you who didn't watch that video, Mike literally has a story about how he had a garbage can in his garage with like $13,000 worth of quarters. Oh, we should all live so well. I love it. Good morning, Invest to Wealth, Rob. Touchy-feely real estate with Lumberjack. Yes, exactly. Yep. I'm sending Dion my latest hits list of what I like. I like to tell my wife, she'll ask me like a question that is like specifically to like get at your emotional part. And so I'm like, that's emotional terrorism, FYI, just so you know. I will answer it, but I'm not answering the follow-up question. She's like, how'd you know there's a follow-up question? I was like, because it's emotional terrorism. It's kind of like Chinese water torture. It's not like drip, 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 and you stop. You keep on dripping. I know, probably too much. John Williams, good morning, Lumberjack. Good morning. Don from Northern Colorado. No codon. Good morning, sir. Rob, something disturbing with Dion sounding like a cat. Yeah, right. Andrew P. Morning, Matt. Good morning. Matthew Paris. My YouTube notification never alerted me of your live stream today. How rude. What the hell, YouTube? You have one job. Crazy. Check your iPhone. Make sure your YouTube notifications are turned on. They can be on from the site and blocked on your phone. Good tip, John Williams. That's why I don't use an iPhone. It's an LG, and it's an old LG. It's getting updated soon, very soon. I just hate upgrading my phone. Matthew Paris, I'll check that out. Good. Michael Sloan, what's your take on cost segregation? I assume cost seg, and using depreciation against cash flow income. Michael, that's an excellent question. I have no freaking clue. Don't know. We are going through a weird, funky phase right now where we're kind of going from mom and pop to not mom and pop anymore. And so all cash structure stuff, the way that we do it now is we're kind of in the position that Mike and Olivia are in, where our combined income is over the 150K threshold. excuse me. So because our income is over the 150K threshold, we can't take depreciation normally the way it can be done. However, there's a designation of something called a real estate professional. So my wife was a nurse when we had when we had baby Eliana. She was on maternity leave, and we just decided with 3 kids, 3 years and under, we decided when we want to raise our kids, and so we have nanny help that comes and helps us, not a live-in one. And so we decided that she would temporarily retire from nursing. And so she's a nurse. She's an amazing nurse. She's won every award you can possibly win being a nurse. She's spectacular at what she does. Had she started education earlier in life, she probably wouldn't be a nurse. She might have been a doctor. But we decided that when we kind of sat down and talked about it, we were like, you know what? I think nurse is the best fit. That's what gives us the ability for her to have her dream of, being a stay-at-home mom and that sort of stuff. So we're looking at the concept of becoming a real estate professional for her. I still have my full-time, my W-2 job, but she is a full-time mom, obviously. But she's involved in pretty much all the business conversations that we have, where I tell her and I update her. We set up group texts with each one of our tenants. She's on every single one of those. So maybe I answer, maybe she answers, maybe she sees it and contacts the plumber if there's like a plumbing issue. So that's how we kind of manage things now. So she really does fit that definition of real estate professional, but we're going down that path. So I would be happy to answer your question, but at this time, I really don't know, because we are unique. The over 150K combined income, the fact that she's looking into the real estate professional. And then this year, we actually acquired 30 units this year. So when we started this year, we were just about 60. Now we're well over 90. We're actually got a couple more closing before the end of the year. So we're going to hit we won't hit 100. I think we'll be just short. So that is completely up in the air for me. And so I honestly couldn't give you the right answer either, because we would set up a strategy with the CPA, and the CPA would just manage that through the process. And so I don't know where we are and what we're doing at this point, in all honesty. But great question. Thank you, Michael. Survive it for beginner. Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to do this live streams. You guys are very welcome. Thoughts on what's more likely, deflation or inflation to continue? I would like to prepare for both, but don't have capital for both. Yeah, so I have no idea. Mike is a better answerer of that than I am. Mike Zuber from One Rental at a Time. I am not an economist. I don't play one on TV. I take in just as much data as I possibly can. So Dion had sent over the video with Ryan Pineda and Grant Cardone. I like Grant Cardone. I think he's really smart. I think that he helps people fight the natural tendency to feel like they don't have enough, and got to get people out of mindsets. And so I like Grant. I think he's a funny guy, and super high energy. And so, but I've also seen all the other side of it too, where, inflation. So I really don't know. The only way that we can prepare for that is I've prepared for both. So what I mean by that is, if inflation continues, so deflation is more scary to me. So deflation means that, the economy collapses, things aren't worth what they're worth. Obviously massive unemployment, maybe 15, 20% unemployment. The good news is that means 80% of people are still working, or 80% of the working population is still working. So that's good. But yeah, there's only so much that you can scenario it, right? So all I've done is I've taken the assets that I own for cash, or taken the assets that are extremely aged on my balance sheet. So the 8 units that we just refied, the youngest of those was 5 years old. The oldest of those was 11 years old, as far as how long we've owned it. So what I did to understanding that inflation likely is coming, I believe in following some of the really smart guys. So Jamie Dimon's a pretty smart guy. Warren Buffett's a pretty smart guy. They are literally creating cash just to stick it on the sidelines, put it in a bucket, leave it off to the side. So for me, I have copied that at a much smaller scale, but I believe in levering up assets with with attainable or manageable debt. Here's what I mean by that. I'm not going to lever something. In the old days, you could lever at 105%. In 07 and 08, you could actually get loans that would carry you past the 100% of value of your property. As far as I know, those don't exist anymore. And if they do, they're a very small segment. But I can tell you that even adjustable rates now are just crossing the 3%. Adjustable rate mortgages in the residential side of the market are just going past 3%. I can tell you back in 6, 7, and 8, when the crash came, that it was 50%. So there's not going to be nearly that level of readjustment when it comes to mortgage payments, where people were paying $1,600 a month and now they're paying $32 and they can't afford it. And a year later, they're in foreclosure. That is not what it's going to look like this time, because the inventory isn't there from a bad debt structure. Now, that will increase over time, but that's why I believe we're still years away from some, calamity in the housing market. I think that for the coming years, I think that we're still going to see slower growth as inflation kicks in. Maybe deflation does, but I believe we're going to be slower growth. My prediction for next year is that we will see single-digit growth in housing, but that we will likely see a month or two that we will potentially dip below. It'll be an anomaly. It'll be based on some change that the market made or something aggressive that the Fed did. So I think we will see a dip below, and then I think we'll see a recovery once people kind of absorb things and understand how they're going to manage that moving forward. So how I would prepare, I don't know how to prepare if you can't create capital, quite just being brutally honest. But all I've done is taken the assets that I have that were leveraged not at all or had very old leverage on them. And the way that I look at it is we refinance those. We pay the money to refinance. I think my refinance fees and all in all were probably cost me, like, between appraisals and fees and everything, it was probably close to 40 grand, I would guess. So I basically paid 40 to get access to about 1.25 million cash. And so we made that investment. But again, we did it with not one property in that bucket is over 70% loan to value. So none of them are over, over leveraged. So so that's how we did it. That's how we're managing it. And I have 3 properties left that I own for cash that I'm going to do a 70% loan to value cash out refi on. I'm just deciding if I go non-QM or if I go portfolio with my bank. And that's going to come down to the situation. So that's where we are. And those 3 properties are probably worth $9. So we'll get 6, probably a little over 6 in cash with those properties. So that's what we're going to do. But great question. So I don't know that you can prepare for both, but great question. I believe inflation. So survive it for beginner. I believe inflation will continue, and I have a hard time understanding deflation and what could set it off. A bunch of things could set it off. The U.S. not paying its debt could set it off. It could get here, which is all these massive defaults over in China. That could set things off here. They could set rules that say no external investment. They're a communist country, so they can tell their people you can't invest your money in the U.S. as an example, and you have to do it, and because it's threatened with jail time and massive fines, to where they can basically just absorb your debt back or absorb your finances, because the banks are all run by the state there too. So it would be an event that we likely haven't seen. That's why it's more rare. Or certainly why it's called a black swan, because you really can't see it coming. It could be any one of a number of things. I think we have more candidates for that black swan event than we've ever had in the past. And I think that's why it's being talked about a whole lot more. And because it gets clicks on YouTube from certain people. Matthew Paris, what's the max length you can make a lease yourself without paying an attorney? What's the max length you can make a lease yourself without paying an attorney? In Florida, it's 1-year leases without an attorney. Otherwise, you can be charged with practicing law without a license. Very interesting. Didn't know that. In New Hampshire, there's no rule that I'm aware of. I've done multi-year leases, and it's never been an issue. I don't know if that's the same law here. I'm not aware of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I would check with your state. I know from looking at it, we've done multi-year leases, and a lot of times because we know that we're not going to have a turnover on the unit because we're guaranteed no turnover. And with students on our side, a lot of times we'll have students or grad students where we know that we're only going to have them for a year or two. We want to put them at ease. So yeah, we'll do a 2-year with you. And they're like, cool, I have my housing set until I get my degree. Perfect. And ironically, our leases end 2 weeks after they graduate. I've aligned it with what the college is. So I know, smart. So I don't know that, Matthew. But yeah, check your local state. I don't believe that exists in our state. If it does, now I'll have a question to ask my attorney, because it could be. Just not one that I've ever had as an issue. Michael Sloan, watching from Oregon. Oh, cool. Very awesome. Glad to have you. Eli Kolner, what's the average time on market landlords should plan for when bringing new units online? 1 month? Depends on the market. It depends on the market. So I had 2 units that we just finished. They were from an acquisition. 2 units that we just finished, and we made 1 phone call. The next day, 2 showings, 1 for each, and both of them went under lease that day. Because we were able to get what we required, which was a credit report, proof of the last 3 months of payment. These were also a little bit more unique where they were actually for a program. So the program was basically guaranteeing the rent. And so we worked with that program. So they were signed within less than 24 hours of the units being available on market. We did 5 through a real estate agent, which I don't usually do. I usually rent out all my own units. We did 5 through a real estate agent, and I think the longest any one of them was available was 7 to 10 days, right around there. We had a bunch of people flood in, look at all of them, we evaluate, and then we pick the winner. So the reason I say you can say 1 month, 1 month is probably safe, but that's in this market. I don't see the rental market changing much in the next few years. That's why I'm still acquiring. I'm not acquiring because I think the real estate market is going to be amazing the next 5 years. I'm acquiring because I think the rental market, and what do I provide? I provide rental units. So I believe that the rental unit market will remain strong for the foreseeable future. In fact, I believe the rental market will remain stronger than the housing market over the next 10 years, I think. So, so 1 month, you can do that. That's a little tight. I'm trying to remember back years ago. For us, we would usually do 30 days for us because everything that we rented, anything that we had done that we would put on market, we could rent pretty quickly. And if you're renting from us in the first week, it's based on the fact that, and we usually have a higher number the first week. If we don't see heavy activity, then we do a slight reduction. And that's worked for us really well. Hopefully that answers the question. If not, down below. If I ever don't answer your question, just re-ask it with more detail down below. Because I'm not a mind reader, people. Crimson Knight. Hello, Matt. Finally made it. Good. Very cool. Crimson Knight. So the COC people are already on my ass for smoke detectors on the house I bought. Yep. Seller had no COC. There you go. For many years, didn't know until after I signed how long until the fines pile up. Welcome to our world of Manchester, my man. And Nashua, the 2 towns. In New Hampshire, these 2 cities have way more inspectors than they need, in my personal opinion. And so this is the type of stuff that they fill with their time. Now, this is a life safety issue, so I get it. But the fact that that guy didn't have to disclose. So the only thing that I would have done, and again, this is Monday morning quarterbacking, not attacking. Monday morning quarterbacking, the only thing that I would have done is I would have done up front, is there a current COC in place from the city? So I did that on my 12 unit that I just bought. The mistake I did make on my 12 unit, fall on the sword, I did the wrong thing. I didn't follow up with housing before I bought it to see if he was in good standing with housing, because he was not. So November 1st, they shut off my benefits. They shut off that rent being paid and said it won't be paid until these things are being taken care of. Here's the crazy thing. I had 2 guys out there. They did the entire list in 1 day. So it wasn't a big list. I don't know why the old landlord didn't do it, because he wasn't getting paid. But I do know a little bit why. It was because he knew that by November 1st, he wasn't going to own it. I was going to be the one to get stuck. So if I ever see you at a party, I'm going to have a quick conversation with you. That being said, the fines usually on life safety stuff, you have to comply basically immediately. What I would do is over document everything. I reached out to this number of electricians on this date. I followed up with them on this date because it's a life safety issue, right? Smokes and carbons are a life safety issue. If they are there on premises where you actually, it's just they're not there or whatever, there's 2 things you can do. One is there is a special device made. It's made by Kidde, K-I-D-D-E, Kidde. Kidde makes this device. It is a smoke carbon combo, and it actually only needs AC power, so it doesn't have to be in the same wire harness as the rest of the stuff. Now, in my 3 cities that I do business with, there are 2 cities in 1 town, that smoke combo carbon, right? If you have a carbon and you have a smoke, they don't talk to each other unless they're in the same wire harness, right? Which means that your house was wired with 14.3 back years ago, and that might not be the case, right? So what you have to do is they make a smoke carbon combo. That smoke carbon combo does communicate with everything through Wi-Fi. To satisfy most code, you have to connect that directly to what's called AC power, which is you can tap it off of an outlet. Now, 2 things you have to check. 1, you always have to have a registered electrician or a licensed electrician do that work. Number 1. Number 2, that's if there isn't a device already there where you're just changing out the smoke carbon with the new harness that they have. That being said, I would still have a professional, a licensed electrician do that. The second thing I would do, which is just as important, is I would call the town and ask them if that device is accepted. Because there's some towns where that device is not accepted. They want hardwire in the harness, not just AC direct power. Many towns will say the AC direct power is fine because they connect through Wi-Fi to each other, another signal. Others say that's not okay. So check your local town, check your local laws. I know in the towns I do business with, that Wi-Fi enabled one that just needs direct AC power is acceptable. The beautiful part about that is it's a fraction of the price to have installed and set up than it is to actually have an entire wire harness put throughout the entire house. That was a long answer. So your question about how long before the fines start filing up, probably pretty quick. Probably pretty quick. I mean, it could be, you'll get a letter from the city. When you get that letter, it'll say in it. And the fines are ridiculous. They're like, I want to say they're like $250 a day. It's big. The fines are big. Fines are big. So, but keep me posted. I want to know. I want to know what happens. I had my battle with the cities a number of times. I had one where the fee was every 4 weeks they would re-inspect to see if I did what I said I was going to do. The problem that we had was getting the material, getting the vendor, running out of material, and then waiting for material. They didn't care. We ended up getting, I think it was 9 fees. 9. I think it was 9. It was like $1,400 for us because this was one on specifically on a certificate of compliance. They saw that we were working. They saw that we were doing the work. They saw the delays that we were having. They saw that we were, doing everything we could. I can't get different siding from a different company. I can't do that. It needs to match. It needs to, but that was not a life safety issue. And so that non-life safety issue, which was just a maintenance issue, the fees were, like around between $1,500 and $1,800. And that was over like a 9-month period. And where they get you is until your payment's cleared, they don't give you a certificate of compliance. And when they give you that certificate of compliance, they say it's awarded that day, but it goes back to the 9 months when you started. So literally in 2 years, just over 2 years, I was going to get another walkthrough again. Such garbage. Andrew P., you may recall the owner of my building is rehabbing one of the units. Okay. All your advice here and through videos has helped me understand exactly what over-improving looks like. Yeah, you got to be careful with over-improving. So I will say this. We put granite in most of our kitchens and probably all of our kitchens because the cost to get decent Formica countertops plus install is only about 25% less. So for me, it's a value thing, right? I'd rather spend that, let's say $1,300 instead of $950, or $1,000. I'd rather spend that $1,300 because I'm getting a deal from the granite company because I do so much business with them. The Formica side, I don't. When I have to do the Formica side, guess what? I have to wait in line like everybody else. I can get granite installed about 6 weeks faster than Formica. No joke. It's crazy. It's crazy. For those of you who heard the crying in the background, that was my son, Samuel. He is the daredevil. Jumps off of almost anything. It's kind of scary. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I scrolled down too fast and too far. My bad. Yeah, and if this information is helpful, hit that like button, please. And subscribe. Yeah, and subscribe. Dion Talk Financial Freedom. When I see green texts from you, I think, a poor landlord. Yeah, it's true. Theta Hedge Capital, do you have any experience with silicone sealant on a flat roof? Thinking of doing it to give it a finished look and reduce cooling costs. I do not have any experience with that. The only thing that I have experience with is a product called GACO. I think it's GACO. GACO is a product that they apply to, it's like a waterproofing membrane. It's kind of like Flex Seal before Flex Seal, I think is a fair way to compare it. I'm sure they would combat that it's not, but whatever. It is a product that they use on mobile home roofs to make them not leak if they're not normal shingled roofs and they're more like membrane roofs. So GACO is a product that I've used. It worked very well for what I used it for. I have also used Flex Seal, the like roll-on paste. I've used that in a couple of areas where for some reason we just couldn't find exactly where the leak was. So just putting a strip of that down, and that helped fix it. And the issue is that we'll look at it, we'll tear that part of the roof apart when we can get a roofer where we have like kind of 4 or 5 of those types of jobs where we can say, hey, we need you to go look at this. So long as we solve the problem with something like that, like a patch, we mark that kind of down as, hey, this is a patch that we did and here's when we did it. And there's not been any activity since is what we're looking for, no further activity. And then after we have like 4 or 5 of those things, we'll get a roofer to go out and say, hey, here's 4 or 5 maintenance things we need you guys to go take a look at. So that's what I do. So Theta Hedge, I don't know about the silicone sealant. Look at GACO, GACO. For roofs, I've used it. It worked well, but it worked well for my application. So I don't know if it'll do the same for you. And I don't know if it's silicone based. Andrew P., specifically adding high-end materials to kitchens or bathrooms and neglecting other areas of the product, landscaping, ugly curbside appeal, etc. He's totally tunnel vision and disorganized. Yeah, that's going to get expensive for him. Andrew P., I'm just going to continue. I'm going to get back to you, Theo. Andrew P., I wouldn't understand all this without your help, such as using a set template to create efficiencies instead of wasting time on each and every rehab decision. Yeah, such as he is doing. Yeah, thank you for saying. I mean, that's what we've done over the last few years. And really why we were able to grow as quickly as we were is because I'm a big people, process, product thing, 3 Ps. You guys might recognize that from The Prophet on CNBC. The funny thing is he didn't invent that because I've been doing that for almost 20 years. I'm just not on CNBC yet. So that being said, yeah, we create process for everything that makes us super efficient. And it's why I can manage over 90 units by myself. We just hired somebody to do regular maintenance because I'm under quarantine. But that was stuff that I could usually do in my free time on weekends, things like that. Send it out to a contractor. Hey, can you do this? Hey, can you do that? Worked really, really, really well for us. So yeah, to that end, yeah, thank you for saying, Andrew. Thank you for recognizing it. But now you guys see, this is the importance of a templatized approach. Watch all the videos that I've done. And I've done a ton of videos. They were towards the beginning of the channel, but my channel's only like 8 months old. So, or 9 months old. So those videos are freaking killer because they are houses that I rehabbed this year and our process for rehabbing them this year. Watch all those videos. That is gold. I did it in the field. I paid to have a cameraman come out and watch me walk through the house. I show you all the things that we did, our approach to everything. Those don't have nearly as many views as they should, especially if you guys are getting into real estate. You're going to need to learn how to do some of this stuff because those are your better value deals. Just getting turnkey, those are harder deals to find. So if you can do some of this stuff that I show in the video, there's other videos out there to teach you the skill. I teach you the process. I teach you the product selection. I show you the cool things that you can be doing and where you can get those different products. That's the valuable thing that you need to be doing as a quarterback, right? As a quarterback of your organization, that's what you should be doing. Theo B, can you discuss some of the materials you use when rehabbing your rental properties, i.e. carpet versus LVP, type of countertops, bathroom finishes, etc.? I can, Theo. I honestly, perfect timing. I use LVP. I never use any carpet, period, end of story. If I buy a building with carpet, as soon as that tenant leaves, that carpet's coming out and LVP is going in its place. I don't believe in carpet. Carpet is disgusting. It's gross. And more often than not, you're going to pay to replace it. And good luck trying to get a tenant to pay for 6-year-old carpet. Excuse me, because what's this? Sorry. Back to water. Carpet's gross. Carpet's disgusting. I don't want to live in somebody else's carpet. It's gross. It's just disgusting. The amount of stuff, like we've ripped up carpet. We've seen stains all over the subfloor. We'll even wash those. Like we'll actually rent them a cleaning machine. We'll clean those stains. And then we at least know that they're sanitized, you know? And then we'll put down a pad and then we'll put down the amazing flooring. For those of you guys who don't know, we'll actually do this real quick for you guys. For those of you who don't know, we actually bought this stuff from a company called American Flooring Corporation. This is their 9-inch commercial. This is their 7-inch residential. This stuff is a warranty of 30 years if it's installed in a residential place. But this is a 9-foot piece, beautiful wide plank, great material, passes scratch tests and all the things that we put people through. This is the 7-inch stuff, does exactly the same. I love this product, has a pad attached to the back. It's actually a good pad. It's a nice grip pad, so it doesn't slip and slide and any of that other stuff. And my installers loved this stuff. So we always, when a tenant leaves, we rip out carpet and we put this stuff in, always. This stuff, this quality of product is so much better than carpet. It's just so much, unbelievably so much better than carpet. And they can get area rugs. So if you want to know where to get this product, just reach out to Marty, Marty the flooring guy, Lumberjack Landlord, tell him that. And I think he's sending people now to the site to pick their samples, but you can go to American Flooring Corporation. You can look them up, find their find their website. You can call or text 725-212-8610, 725-212-8610. He will hook you up. He's hooked up a bunch of lumberjack folks and sent them samples, 4, 5, 6 samples. But he's done an amazing job sending that stuff out. And like I said, that product is, I think, far better. I've had better experience installing it. When I buy it, I buy more than what I need. I'll buy enough for usually the next 2 places because we're buying so many places right now. But it gets delivered to wherever you want it dropped off. You unload it, boom, you've got your flooring. I like it better than I like any of the big box stores. If you haven't seen how I think about and feel about big box stores, see any other live stream. I loathe big box stores because so often they take zero accountability for stuff being late, not showing up, getting back ordered. And this is the type of stuff that gets back ordered. These guys are only a flooring company. What they do is they actually have it manufactured overseas. They actually have literally containers of it coming across. When they bring them across, they only go to their 4 different warehouses. That's it. No stores, no nothing. It goes right into their warehouse, and then they sell it from there. I love that model because I'm not paying for reps. I'm not paying for floor time. I'm not paying for anything other than the fact that they have to keep it in a warehouse and yes, have a customer service people and the rep that I work with. But I'm not having to deal with a bunch of retail operations and excuses. And well, let me check on this. And I'm not sure about that. I don't have to deal with that stuff with these guys. I've done a few orders with them. I've done maybe a half a dozen calls or so with them, and I've never been disappointed. Stuff has gotten damaged. They've replaced it. So, hey, for what it's worth, I had a good experience. Now, that's so carpet versus LVP. LVP, rip it out every time. Type of countertops. You have to, the challenge that you'll have with countertops is what it always is, right? Which is you can go Formica. It's appealing, right? Because it's so cheap. The problem is it looks cheap. It's cheap. It's gross. So, not a huge fan of Formica. One thing that I've become a big fan of, and it's because we can do it ourselves, is butcher block. So lumber liquidators, I don't know about Home Depot's quality, but Lumber Liquidators' quality of butcher block slabs was very, very, very good. Now, there's 2 components of that. One, you have to have a good saw and a good blade to cut it. Because you will need to cut it to length, number one. They do come in 8, 10, and 12 foot. 12 foot are special orders. I know because I've special ordered them. And they come in a varying number of material. So red oak, oak, maple, I think acacia. I want to say acacia too. But good product. So those slabs range from between like $300 and $500. And so if you're doing the math on what you're paying per square foot, it's not bad. 8 times 2, 16, and you're paying, $300 for the cheap one or $400 for the little bit more expensive one. You're talking about less than $30 a foot. Now you have to have a good saw to be able to then, A, cut the line, right? When you're putting the slab down. B, or 2, you're going to have to cut the sinkhole, right? 3, you're going to have to cut, and I always go with a single hole faucet. You're going to have to cut the single hole faucet hole. And then you're going to have to poly the hell out of it. And you could even, what's that stuff? Resin. You can resin it too. So I like poly. I'll just poly a bunch of coats of poly. But then that's time out of your schedule and you have to do it. But you can also do it in place where you can put it in place. You can use the painter's tape that has the paint tape on it and then has like this much plastic attached. You can roll that off, if it's already sitting on the countertops, and then you just, kind of put something up around the counter or around the cabinets. And then you can literally just tape off the wall and then just poly it in place and just put a bunch of coats of poly on there. That's something that I've done. It's awesome. The countertops are beautiful. And that's absolutely what I would do. Okay, hold on 1 second. Contractor. Okay, all done. So that's kitchens. Yeah, I wouldn't do Formica. I would consider butcher block, but I get a really good deal on granite. I just do. Install the bowl. I just did a bunch of kitchens, but one that comes to mind, I think install was like $900. Product and install was like $900. And then they charged me for a sink bowl because I wanted them to just use the one that they use, which is a nice bowl. You could upgrade and get a nicer bowl. So I did. I just upgraded and got a nicer bowl. So yeah, I want to say for that one, bowl install, cut for the bowl, cut for the, and then mount, caulk, seal, the whole nine. So it's done. Yeah, I think for that one, I want to say they were like $1,200. And so, and that was, it was a 10-footer. So 10 times a couple of feet, it's more like 25 and a half inches, but call it a couple feet. So that was 20 square feet. So I was about $60 a foot installed with a sink. You have to count that because you're going to have to buy a sink for the butcher block option. And sinks can cost you, like a decent sink is going to be at least $150 at least. So, and then bathroom finishes. So bathroom finishes, I almost always replace the vanity. I almost always replace the toilet if it's not a 1.28 gallon, or if it's a 1.6 or better, I leave it and I'll change the seat. If it's a worse than a 1.6, I will swap it out, and we'll swap it out with our 1.28. What was that? A Gerber something or other? A Gerber Viper? I think it was a Gerber Viper. Great. My plumber loves them. They don't have issues clogging. I love them because they don't have issues clogging. So for what it's worth, that's the that's the thing. So yeah, so bathroom. And then I always take out clawfoot tubs. I effing hate them. I have 8 of them that I've taken out that I still have the clawfoot tubs. And some of them we just, we sell them off to like collectors and things like that because they suck to shower in. Or to have, and slip and fall and just all that other crazy stuff. So we got rid of those. We will, if it's an existing tub that is a cast iron tub that has like the white polycoat on it, we will actually have that sanded down and refinish that. And we'll often, just to make it really nice, we'll even tile the surrounds. Tiling the surround costs me labor, material, everything all in is usually a couple of grand, $2,000. So that's what we usually do. If it's got an older surround, you can pay, I think it's around, we just did one and it was like $1,200 to sand, spray, kind of do all the things that needed to get done there. So that's what I would do. Theo, ask me follow-ups if you'd like. So Lowe's has a 2-pack of Reliabuilt electronic locks for $70. Would you recommend buying them? I don't know. I haven't used Reliabuilt before, so I'm not sure. Correction, they are keypad deadbolts. Are those the same thing? Yep. So those are the same thing. I don't have any experience with those. The only ones that I use are I've used a little bit of Schlag, more of Defiant. Is the one that I do the most often, and that's a Black Friday special with Home Depot. So those are both good. Eli Kolner, careful citing Warren Buffett's cash reserves. Berkshire owns insurance companies like Geico. Yep. So they're required to cover some of the portion of the liabilities. Yep. Not sure threshold, but likely massive. So yeah. So on Berkshire's balance sheet is $150 billion. I can promise you the reserves are nowhere near that because they also will have reinsurance. 150 billion is 150 billion. So if you don't like the Warren Buffett comparison, okay. Jamie Dimon has 700 billion and he's just a bank. And that's what he has cash, that he's creating cash. So the lesson there is that any of these super large companies, even I believe the smart ones, are creating cash. And they're creating cash to set it in the stockpile because they believe inflation's here, but they're saying, you know what? Inflation can nip at me a little bit because I believe that there's a bigger event coming in the market where things are going to go on sale and I want to be a buyer. So, Yeah, I forget the deal that Warren did a massive deal with Goldman Sachs back in, I think, 07 or probably 08 when Goldman was in trouble. They had a liquidity issue. And he was able to get unbelievable deal from them because cash. So Warren's general premise is cash, 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 have plenty of cash. They obviously have tons of assets, but yeah, they also, with those insurance companies, will also have reinsurance underneath that as well. So yeah, it's okay if you don't like the comparison. What's up, dog? Watching from LA. Thanks for all you do. Chris, very welcome. And what's up, dog, to you? Matthew Paris, what's your process for filling vacancies on a single room with the master lease? Not sure how to ask effectively in 250 characters. Yeah. If you have a 3-2, $2,000 a month, what do you look for a candidate looking to rent one room? Nothing. I don't do one room. I don't. Unless you're talking, and Matthew, you can tell me, unless you're talking about your house hacking, like your individual. And then Mike has some interviews on that I did that, but 20 years ago, where I rented out to a roommate, but I was living there and I rented to one roommate and he had a lease with me where he paid the agreed amount. I wouldn't do any deal where I was renting out anything by the room. See beginning of this video. If you missed it, just see the beginning of the video because I rail against that. I hate the idea. Unless you're living in the building, in the unit. So I answered that. Nathan Ganoza. Hi, Nathan. Good morning. My tenant has been great and would like to give them something to show my appreciation. What do you suggest? That's a great thing. So for our great tenants, what we've done a bunch of different stuff. Where we are in the Northeast, Dunkin' Donuts is big. And so we'll get them, depending on what kind of tenant they are, blah, 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 anywhere from a $10 to $25 gift card. Sometimes they're Starbucks people. So we really kind of range. Amazon obviously works for everybody. Amazon, eBay. But yeah, we'll usually do something like that for specific tenants, especially if they're that, if they're that good. Yep. I have one that I know is getting coal for Christmas. Well, actually, they won't be with me for Christmas. They'll be evicted. Can't wait to see you go. Let's see. Matthew Paris, or if one person doesn't cover his part of the rent, can you evict just that person, or do you have to evict everyone on the lease? Curious how that works. So I send that to, oh yeah, then you're responding back. Okay, cool. Jointly and severally liable. So usually at that point, it becomes, that's actually one of the points of pressure, right? Is that if I tell the other three people in the house, hey, we're going to have to evict you guys, and you guys are going to get all the same bills. Like, but we're paying joint and severally liable. You can do one of two things. You can pay his rent. So you're becoming compliant with rent and paying what the contract says. Or you can, at that point, all agree and have a conversation with that person. Hey, you need to move out. And if he wants to play hardball, that's fine. We can play hardball. So yeah, that's what I've done is I've just sent a text to the group saying rent has to be paid in full no matter what. If one person's deciding not to pay, that's your guys' call. But if it's not paid in full, late fees, rental fees, everything else is still accruing. That's the point of the joint and several liability, is it helps bring in that pressure. And they were in agreement with each other to when they sign the lease. Everybody has to stand up and pay. I'm going through that right now. I'm working with somebody, and the other roommates are like, so we're all working together, and he's making progress to that end. But that's the process at this point, is that he's started paying again. So yeah, that is the plan. Then Matthew, we give generic gifts like a clock or picture frames. Yep. When we have new tenants and generic Visa, $20 gift card around Christmas. Yep. Love that. Crimson Knight 921 follow up. How much would the COC care about the unit I plan to occupy? Lucky my current tenant in Nashua is a licensed electrician. I can get it done quick. Yeah, that is lucky for sure. They care about the building holistically, that you are compliant or not. They will cite the rule, and then they will cite the building, and then they will cite the unit. So they're going to care about your unit. Yep. So they will care. Yep. Don, Undercover Billionaire Grant Cardone episode is where I'm investing and grow up. Oh, very cool. Oh, that's right. He is there. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I got to catch up on that. I like Grant. I'm a fan of Grant. He entertains me. Yeah, he's kind of a blowhard sometimes. Yeah, aren't we all? But generally speaking, I think the guy's fun. I dig him. I won't be as big as him ever. I don't think. No, because I don't want to syndicate. I only want to do my own thing. I don't play well with others. Yeah, I like doing my own thing. If I screwed up, it's on me. Matthew Parrish, give him hell, Samuel. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Yep. Don't forget the notifications bell. Yes. Jerry Davis. Hey, Matt. Hey, Jerry. Michael talks about going broke buying cheap houses. By price, $27K. Full rehab will be $30K. We'll rent for $750. All cash, no loan, low capex for years due to rehab. Yep. I think that I think that so I know what he means by buying cheap. It's like always buying the crap, always buying the garbage, or being in an area and then buying a bunch of units outside of your area. Like maybe there was one guest that he had, and I hate doing this, but I just think the guy's the perfect example. He's an investor in Ohio, and I think he's from California. You should watch that video on Mike's channel. It's a really good video. I completely disagree with pretty much everything the guy did. It mortifies me. I'm like, that guy is that is going to be getting sold at auction someday. And I'm sure he's a very nice guy. I just don't love the plan or the path. But watch that video. It's an investor in Ohio. And he was just like, but it's so much cheaper than buying here. So sure, it's about return on capital. But it's a lot of other stuff. So I think Mike rails against buying cheap for the sake of buying cheap. The cheap can become expensive. But which is, I think that's a Spanish proverb. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I think he's more railing against. Still doing the work, still return on capital, still all of those things. Obviously, right? The math of $67,000 or $57,000, all cash, right? So let's call it 60, right? So you're $60,000. You're $750 a month. So you're $9,000 a year on $60,000. That's a 15% return. That's awesome. And you own the underlying asset. The only thing that I will say is, are taxes relative? Is water sewer relative? Et cetera, et cetera. So you're going to give up some of that 15 a year. Maybe you give up 15%. So not give up 15%, but $15,000. So yeah, I mean, if you're 9,000, $9,000 on 60 grand is 15% return annually. That's awesome. Any way you slice it. And then just see how much you eat into that, and then just compare that to a normal deal. The other thing that people make a mistake of is they'll acquire a property like that versus a bigger deal, but the bigger deal has a much higher rate of return. That's the other mistake a lot of people make. So that's the thing that he's always trying to caution people on, is buying cheap versus buying more expensive. Dion even says it. He's like, I wish I bought more expensive properties. Get it? Yep. We buy what fits. And so we don't make a judgment on cheap or expensive. We make a judgment on return on capital and is it in our sphere of what we do and what we do well? Because there's some things we don't do well. I haven't figured out what those are yet, but I'm sure there's some. I'm sure somebody will remind me in the chat. So Jerry, I don't hate that deal at all. I like the deal. It's good return. How does that return compare to other stuff in your market is other questions I would be asking. How does it compare to other deals that you're looking at? Are other deals, 6%. The other thing too is that you bought it all cash, you rehabbed it all cash. So you effectively had $60,000. Does that 60,000, I don't know your market at all. So does that 60,000 buy you a fourplex, right? With greater than 15% return? And then you couldn't do it all cash, but maybe you get a greater than 50% return. So for me, I'm kind of like Mike in the respect that I look at deals return. I look at return, something I call return on capital. He calls it yield. I look at return on capital. So the deal that we just did is, about $300,000. So it's $300,000 out of pocket. Our monthly nut is going to be $90,000. So call it 400 if you want. So $400,000, and our return on that for the year is going to be that's not right. So we're a little over 400 on that deal. And that's acquisition cost up front. And then with the annual mortgage, insurance, and water sewer is, and what we pay in the units that we pay, electricity and gas and that sort of thing. Yeah. So we're 400 in year one. So year one, our return is going to be 42%. Beat that number. Now, here's the thing. Not an idiot. We're good at math, right? So you put $60,000 into a deal. Your return on capital is going to be 15%. But after you sub out expenses and things like that, you might be around 11 or 12%. That's awesome. This deal, I had to put 400 into, but the 400 I put into it, my return on capital is going to be 42%. So I'm 42% of a much larger number. You are 12% of a much smaller number, but you could probably go out and buy a bunch of those, or, you really can only compare apples to apples, which is my 60K versus your 60K, but then you have to normalize markets and all the other stuff. So that's why it's a long way of getting to the point where I buy based on, I'm watching birds outside my window. They're beautiful. And they just love hanging around those trees. But that's why that return on capital is the biggest. That's the most important thing, is the return on capital. You might not have the 400,000 to spend. I get it. Even 2 or 3 years ago, I didn't have that to spend on a building. So if you've got $400,000 that you're looking at putting on a building and putting that money to work, then yeah, I'm going to get a 42% return on my capital. That's a ridiculous number. I think we'd all agree. We'd love 42% deals. I'd love another one. What's really funny is that I have the 400 now, but if I had another deal like that come up, I don't. So that's why I have to really look at deals and evaluate them. So I don't think it's wrong going, if your market is inexpensive, there's nothing wrong with that. Who is the guy from, so A&E, Armando Montalongo? He was the king of cheapies. He bought a ton in, I think it was San Antonio. I'm not 100%. I think it was San Antonio. He bought a ton of cheapies. Now his rents a month were only like $500 and $600, but he was buying them for like 30 grand. I would love that. That'd be awesome. So It's all perspective, and that's why you have to figure out for what Mike calls yield, what I call return on capital, and then just seeing what capital you have to put to work, and then just making sure you're maximizing the return on that capital. Because that's why if I have to look at them and I have to say, okay, I can do this one for $60,000 in cash, and I can get a 12% return. And I look at this one and I can put $60,000 down and it's a triplex and I'm looking at a 15% return, then I take this one. Because either way, I'm not the 60. It's just which asset. And then this one, yes, you can own, you can lever up with debt. The problem is that then your numbers probably don't work. So that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Hopefully that answers the question. Jerry, let me know. Give me feedback. I'm open to it. The no code on. So Don, those first videos are great. Thanks for saying, Don. Yeah, I think those videos are awesome. I wish I had a guy that was doing this like I do it. I wish I had somebody like that to watch. That's why I did the videos. Quite frankly, I lost a ton of money doing those videos. They do not pay. They do not pay. The YouTube algorithm, none of that stuff pays. It's not even close for me. It'll be years down the road. But I did those videos to help people out because even though we have 13 or 1,400 subscribers and we get 7 or 10,000 views a week, I put that stuff out there. It cost me a fortune to get that stuff done, like legit. But I do them because they're valuable for people, and I wish I had somebody that was like that for me that could do that for me. That's why I did them. So I'm glad that you appreciate them. I'm glad that they're good for you. But yeah, they are awesome. Rob, my goal is to be lazier than Dion, so I can't watch rehab videos, or I might want to do it. I'm telling you, mark this day, 11/21 of 21. Dion will not always purchase ready-made units, ready rent units. Dion will not always purchase ready rent units. You heard it here first. He will not. He will absolutely get to the point where he will want to do. The other thing too is we have different financial goals. He wants that financial independence and financial freedom, and he has it. He can do largely whatever he wants. I like the way he puts it, and I know I'll screw it up. So, Dion, if you're still watching, let me know. He says that I'm going to screw this up. I suck at this. So he said something like financial freedom is being able to spend anything you want and not look at it. Financial independence is being able to do what you want, but like budgeted, something like that. I suck at repeating his sayings, but that's the truth, right? So for me, and I think he's working towards the same thing too. For me, I have financial independence, but I also have financial freedom. I can, whatever. If something comes up and it's $10,000, we just write the check. Now, it's not to say that I'm frivolous with my money, but if like a heating system, I'm not making the decision like a poor landlord or like a poverty mentality landlord. Like, let's just figure out what we can do to fix it. Yeah, but if we figure out what we can do to fix it, if it's a $600 fix, totally got it. Agreed. But if it's a $1,500 or $2,000 fix, and then they say, you know what, this might get you another year. I get it. I've been in that role too, where you had to pay the amount that you could afford just to get another year out of it so you could then position and get your next heating system. And that was going to cost 10 grand, excuse me. So we've absolutely been in that role before where we were having to really budget the replacement of a heating system. We knew it was, we would know it was coming, which was just like, please just get it going again. The challenge is most companies will say, I can't guarantee that it will. It might last 3 months. It might last the winter. It might not, but you largely are probably going to have to replace it. So we just always had to weigh that balance. Now we will look at it and say, okay, if we make this all we're doing is prolonging its life another year or two, maybe forget it. Let's do a new heating system. That's kind of how we do things differently now than when we did when we were starting. So for what it's worth. So yeah, good luck being lazier than Dion. Dion's not lazy. He still works a full-time job and he self-manages. I know what it's like to self-manage. So, there's always something that comes up. So yeah, I love how he says lazy. Technically, if you judge it by that, I'm lazy too. So I like making money when I sleep. That's what I always tell everybody. I was like, I want to make money when I sleep. And right now I make great money when I sleep. I make so much more money now than when I sleep than when I was working 20 years ago. I like this job much better. I'm not bad at sleeping. Cool. Don, what do you pay for installing that flooring? I've been quoted $425 a square foot for install. That's a ripoff. I don't know your market, but that's a ripoff to me. I pay I pay $1.50 to $1.75 a foot for install, and they do a good job. I've been through some that didn't do a good job, but I pay $1.50 to $1.75 a foot. So I think $425 is a ripoff. Way too high. Jeremy Kirkwood. Hi, buddy. Hi. Pulled down 2 deals this week. The avalanche is coming. I like it. It better. You got to get to 22. Jeremy's saying he's going to do 22 deals in 2022. That's what he's saying. And you need to clarify for me, is that 22 units or 22 buildings? Are you talking about 22 closings? Dude, I've never done 22 closings in a year. My biggest year is, I think, this year. I think this year we'll do 10, 12. We'll do 12 purchases and sales, meaning 12 purchases and selling. So we'll do 12 of those. And then we will have done 10 refis. So that's 20. That's 22. Yeah, 12 and 10. So yeah. But I've never bought or sold 22 buildings in a year. No, that's a lot. That's a lot. Capital becomes the issue there, which we're getting through that not being an issue based on monthly income. But congratulations, Jeremy. Matt Motley. I'd like to know how you know what improvements to do in a property without over improving, but also not being a slumlord. Great question. My rule is if I won't live in it, I won't rent it. So every unit that I own, I would live in. I can take dated. I don't like dated, but I can live in dated so long as it's clean and everything functions and works as it should. So the stuff that we'll usually do is obviously no leaks. Obviously, cleanliness is the thing. It's like, if you have a stove where 3 of the burners work, like, get a new stove or fix that one. If it can't be fixed, then get a new stove. We had a tenant that contacted us and this was a building that I just bought. The previous landlord had gotten 7 reports from her of her fridge shutting off and basically it being off long enough to where her food would spoil. She's got kids. Like, you're a jerk landlord. And this guy was a jerk landlord. And so I said to her, okay, has he ever tried to repair it? She's like, no. I said, okay, send me the model and brand. She sent me the model and brand. The fridge was like 20 years old. Why am I going to repair it? It's going to be a minimum of $200 or $300 to repair it. And then I'm $200 or $300 in to a 20-year-old fridge. That's stupid. So I bought her a brand new, nice fridge. I've got a good contract on appliances. And I think we paid like $700 or $800 for a nice fridge to fit in the space. She's ecstatic. I'm ecstatic because I'm not going to have to take the phone call. I'm not going to have to get that repair done. And then something else is going to go because it's 20 years old. So I believe if you're willing to live in the unit and give the response that you would want as the response, I think that makes you a good landlord and not a slumlord. That's how I manage my buildings. That's how I manage my properties. I treat them like I would want to be treated. And I only would live in a place that I would then have somebody else live in. And if there's a list of maintenance items to be taken care of, oh, good. There's a list of maintenance items. And we just work down the list and let them know, here's what we're working on in the next couple of weeks. And we're trying to get them kind of squeezed into the schedule because they're not the only tenant that we have. We've got 180 tenants, I think. 180 tenants on 90 something units. So 90-ish. Squat or Die. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Squat or Die. For those of you who don't know, I thought his name was Squitorty. So he was nice enough to correct me. So it's squat or die. Love it. If you had to start over, good question. Yep. And you have 50K a year in cash for investment in your market, how fast would you hit your freedom number? Great question. So that's what differs for everybody. Freedom number, right? So for me, I like having surplus, right? Because that surplus is where you can give out of. And so we give a lot away. We help a lot of people. And so for me, I never came up with a number that said, at this number, I'm good, I quit. I never said that. For us, we just recognize that I just recognize that as I can keep on going, I can help more and more people. That was more the purpose of the YouTube channel. Like, you guys would laugh if you saw how much money I make off of YouTube based on the time that I put in. It's nuts. It's nuts. But I know it's helping people. So we had the Starfish Story back a little while ago, maybe like a month ago. And it was kind of like, so basically the story goes, guy walks down to the shore, a kid's picking up, there's been a low tide and a bunch of starfish were on the shore dying. And so the kid literally was picking them up one at a time. By the way, don't pick up a starfish. It can hurt you. So he was literally picking up the starfish one at a time, throwing them in the water back. And the guy looked at him and said, yeah, why are you wasting your time doing that? There's literally thousands. You'll never get to all of them. And the boy had a pretty profound answer, which is just said, I matter to this one. I matter to the next one. And so that's the same kind of promise and concept that we believe in, is that we matter to the next one. So we want to help people. There's not enough of me to go around where I do a bunch of consulting. And so it's really a matter of trying to put this information out there 3 hours a week. And then the hour that I do with Mike and the hour that I do with the three amigos and then the hour that I do on Fridays. If I'm putting 6 hours a week of my experiences out there, I know people will glean value from that. And that's what's important to me. So so to get to it's a long way to get to kind of the freedom number answer. That's only a number that you can kind of decide, but $50,000 a year investable is a lot. If you look at the 4-3-2-1 course, I haven't put out my course yet, but if you look at the video that I did, which I will go heavy in depth on, but if you look at that video, that 4-3-2-1 strategy largely will make you a millionaire. Obviously, if the world blows up, not a millionaire, but then again, neither am I. We all great reset, right? So 50 is plenty. $50,000 a year investable is plenty. Like, you could easily get to your number it depends on your market, but everybody's numbers, there's a big woodpecker outside my window. I'm just fascinated by the big woodpeckers. They're like this big. They're not like the little woody woodpeckers. They're the big woodpeckers. So they're fascinating to me. I love them. I like being next to woods, and that's what we are. So, sorry. Shiny object moment. So I think that 50,000 that, you can get to whatever number you need to get to. I know for us, we can give out of our excess. We used to give out of sacrificially, but now we can give out of excess, which is important. But yeah, that's kind of our process. That's kind of our mindset, is the more we have, the more we can give. But we didn't wait until we had a lot to give. We always kind of gave as best we could along the path. And now we just give more than we used to. So yeah, and we like to do, whatever we can do, special things for folks, we try. And it allows my wife to stay home and stay with the kids and things like that. And so, yeah, so I think financial freedom is really different for every single person. For us, we'll keep on doing it. I mean, I still work a full-time job. So my hope and my goal is someday to be able to walk away from my full-time job. Not be able to, that's the wrong word. Have reconciled it to say, I'm ready to move on. Because when I move on, I don't want to go back. I don't want to ever do a W-2 job again. I want to just do what I want to do. And this gives me the lifestyle that we've made a lot of sacrifice, put a lot of investment and time in, that will give us that return, which is quite frankly just being able to spend time with my kids and my wife and my family and my friends. So I know that's not really a good answer. Sorry, squat or die. But yeah, everybody's financial number is different. And so financial freedom for me was, we don't really take vacation, but I see us buying homes in other parts of the country, kind of like Mike's goal, follow the sun. Not quite that aggressive, but something like that. Jennifer Medina. Thank you for all you do and the time you give. You're much appreciated. You're very welcome, Jennifer. It is my pleasure. I'm happy to do it. It's just nice having people show up and want to chat real estate. Because it'd probably be like Andrew, Matt, Dawn, Crimson, and Jeremy showing up on Sundays. Just be the 5 of us. Thankfully, it's more than that, so we can help more people. That's what I'm all about. So, Jeremy Kirkwood, I'm buying middle and high end in my cheap Fort Wayne market. It is simple. It simply feels safer, and you get better tenants. Yep, I think that's very much true. Yep. So that's where. So Jeremy's market is, there can be cheaper, and I think Fort Wayne. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say Fort Wayne is Fort Wayne's decent size. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's certainly high end there. There's middle, there's low. And so buying cheap in that market, you could get hurt. But buying affordable or something that you can make affordable, you could do very well for a very long time. That's the kind of situation I'm in. And I think that you don't find those in big cities, speaking bluntly. I think that you a lot of times find those in places that are closer to those cities. So Manchester is 120 to 130,000 people. I'm about an hour from Manchester, but I'm also only about an hour from Boston. So I'm only an hour from Boston. We have people that commute down to the city. We have people that commute down across the border or even to Maine, because I'm in that stretch where New Hampshire is pretty narrow. It's by the seacoast. So I am 5 minutes to Maine and I am 20 minutes to Mass, or 15 to 20 minutes to Mass. So yeah. So I just picked a market and now everything that we buy is within 20 minutes of my front door, because if I ever needed to do something, I could go out there and do something. That's our model. That's what we've kind of dug in on. Matthew Paris, people don't always understand the subtle difference in cheap and affordable. Agreed. Yep. Agreed. Yep, for sure. And I am what I would call a value investor. So I invest in value. Value for me is, like Mike talks about, is his yield, my return on capital. That's value for me. I don't need to buy the thing that's 1.5 million. I don't need to buy the thing that's 800K. I can buy the thing that's 200 or 300K and be happy. For me, it's much more about my return on capital. And I recognize that I'm also on the affordable side. I'm able to help people. I'm not helping anybody per se if I'm buying a $900,000 rental. If it's a single family, like, I'm not helping anybody. Because that rent would be ridiculous. The rent would be like $7,000 a month. So who qualifies for that? Do the math. Not many. So yeah, so I agree with Matthew. Yep, cheap and affordable. There is a difference. Crimson Knight 921. Can I throw any fines? Can I throw any fines occurred before my purchase day at the seller? They signed that there were no liens or unpaid bills. Yes. Yep. You might have to sue them in small claims, but yeah, that's clearly an unpaid bill. Yep. So you absolutely can. Small claims court is where I think you'd pursue that. You're going to need to pay it though. That's the downside. You'll have to pay it and then go after them for damages. And then you can ask for, you get the restitution, but you can also, and I would do it too, because you know that he's got the money because you just bought the house. But you could, you can definitely recover. You can try to recover that, but I'm pretty sure it's small claims court that you would do that. And the city doesn't care who has it. It follows the house. So you're going to have to pay that if you want your certificate of compliance. So that's what will likely happen. So yeah, I would go after them. Jeremy Kirkwood, good point, Matthew. My market is both cheap and affordable. Yeah. Yep. And then it's just a matter of which the property, right? Where the property is, where the zone is. And that's the thing is, yeah. Yep. Sorry, Jeremy, I saw down below. I want to make sure that was still you. So yeah, 175 per foot. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep. Yeah, 175. Yeah, Don, 175 to 2.25 a foot. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Yep. I get 150 to 175 because of the number. Kirkwood with 22 closings. All right. 22 closings. 22 closings. 22 closings. That's a lot of closings. I hope you do it, but I'm skeptical. 22 is a lot. But you are doing it full time. So, yeah, it's possible. You just have to buy good deals, right? They have to be good deals. Jerry Davis, the house, 27K, 30K rehab is next door to my other 3 rentals. Well, then, Jerry, that's a no-brainer. Yep. I've made the mistake of not buying something next to me when it came up, and I regret it. I regret it. Because quite frankly, I'd want to absolutely do horrible things, to that new owner. He's garbage. It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. So anyway, yep. So yeah, 10 to 11. Yeah, so you're right in that same, and that's the thing is, if you can own it next door, you're still getting the same market level return that you would get doing something else. Yeah, then that's, to me, that's a no-brainer. Yep, that's a good deal for sure. For sure. Ava, just saying hello and thank you for videos, Matt. Happy Sunday to everyone. Thanks, Ava. Happy Sunday to you as well. Thanks for watching. Always happy to have you guys here. Have you here. And everybody else too, but you too. Dion talk Dion. You underestimate the power of lazy. Financial independence is not having to work. Financial freedom is being able to buy anything without looking at the price. And not working, just making sure. I want to repeat it right next time. I want to repeat it right. Yeah, good stuff. And then Jeremy's points. Yep, on this price per square foot. Jeremy Kirkwood, 22 closings. Yep, it will happen. I hope it does, my man. I hope it does. He's got 8 kids, so he's all about multitasking. Matthew Paris, between $2 and $250 a foot here in Central Florida. Yep, for quality install plus trim and paint. Yep. Yeah, so that if you're including like the trim and the paint and stuff like that, then yeah, it's a little bit extra. My guys, I don't have to do that. I have my carpenter do that just because he, believe it or not, he's so much faster at it. So it's just super easy. And then we can get, one of the other guys to, he'll paint the pieces and then the guy will go in and shoot them in. If we have to do like a quarter round, I don't like quarter round, but we'll do like some sort of a step up trim. And we'll pre-paint it. Then he'll go in, install them, shoot them in. Then we'll do a wipe down, and then we'll put tape down on the floor, and then just do a strip of paint, white paint on it. But I can have a lower man on the totem pole do that. That's much less expensive. They can do that. They can put a piece of tape down and tape it. So yeah, I suppose when it's all said and done, we're probably $2 a foot after you figure all that stuff in. But yeah, pretty largely speaking, we're 1.5 to 175 a foot consistently. Dion talk financial freedom. Awesome. Also, I have an auto search set up for BRRR properties, but keep finding rent ready deals. Totally agree. Right. So if I could find rent ready deals, which I have recently, I've done them. They're rent ready. They are what they are. When tenants move out of those, I will rehab those properties though, because I can get more rent. So I will redo those properties. Yes, indeedy. Jeremy Kirkwood, going to make all creative finance XE. Going to make all creative finance XE. I don't know what that means. I'm a 9th grade dropout. What do you want from me? Jeez, Jeremy. Tell me what that means. Nathan Ganoza. Would you replace a water pressure regulator even if it's still working but 25 years old? Yes, I would. Yep. Maybe. Here's where I go from yep to maybe. I would have whatever you need material-wise on hand. That's what I would do. In the time where supply chain is the biggest issue, that might be something that takes a week or 2 to get. That would be unacceptable. So I would understand if the health of the system is good and you just need to work on that water pressure regulator, then I would buy that and have that way. If and when it goes, it will make a mess, likely speaking. And if it doesn't make a mess, cool, bonus. But then I would at least have the part in ready to be installed, and then you're only getting somebody to show up and install it, as opposed to having to find it, buy it. Where is it? It's a special order. It's 5 days away. And then you end up having a nightmare with a tenant, right? So I would say, yes, I would probably wait to fix it, but I would like to understand, I would like to buy it, have it here, have it ready. That way, when something like that comes up, boom, done. So we put in, this is one of the reasons that we put in IBC boilers, which we've done now 20 something of them. I have to look at the updated number. I think we're doing 2 more too, but we've done 20 something of them. It's why we put in IBCs, because when you become an IBC dealer, which we are not, when you become an IBC dealer, they give that dealer a kit, which is basically a perfectly designed. It's the 6 main components in the system. If ever those things go, you can literally take out the broken part and put in the new part. I'm never down for more than a day. This is where it's very valuable to have process, especially when you're gaining size. So in your particular case, so for our forced hot air systems, we always put in Yorks. Forced hot air, always a York system. That's treated us very well because we buy a couple of igniters, we buy a couple sets of controls. We have a couple $1,000 worth of parts ready to be plug and play as soon as anything happens. Here's the value to that. A, we never have to worry about a part not being available. B, we have it on premises, so we can plug it in anytime we need to and have it repaired. And C, and most importantly, is the tenant has no ill effects. They're not going to be without heat for X number of days, and we don't have to worry about supply chain. And so that's one of the things we do. And it also makes life a whole lot easier for me, because if I ever need to find somebody, I can just say, this is what our standard is, York across the board. And so those Yorks, I think we have 8, 10, 12. We have 12 or 13 of those in install, somewhere around that. So yeah, we like the Yorks. Big fan. I like it. Crimson Knight, have you ever done a business trip write-off for real estate? No. Visiting family in Tampa for Christmas and looking at neighbors as I am looking at Tampa as secondary market because family lives there. So no, I haven't. It's interesting, yes, but no, I have not done that. I haven't done that. Even though every time we go to Vegas, I still look at property. I've never written off that trip. So yeah, not my style. Even if it's possible, just not my style. Eli Colner, do you still use real estate agents to do deals? Yes, I absolutely do. Yep. Network is your net worth. Network is your net worth. Network is your net worth. 100%. I talk to probably 7 to 10 agents a week. And I'd say 4 of those are the same agents week after week, because we do business. I'm always looking and they're always looking to sell me something. It's a perfect relationship. So yes, absolutely real estate agents, 100%. Matthew Paris, I always forget to ask you, do you have any merch? And if so, do you have a link? Great question. We have shirts coming. So I was very particular about shirts that I wanted because I love t-shirts in the summertime. Summertime until like November. And then I break out my Duluth flannel, which I love. And so, yes, we have shirts coming. We wanted to see their printing process for the logo, make sure that the logo looked good, make sure it lasted up under washes, all of that sort of stuff. All my kids have lumberjack gear. And so, yeah, so that's a lot of fun. So yeah, we do have merch coming. It's not here yet. And we'll post something so people can get access. That'll be probably on the website or something like that. Cause yeah, we will definitely do that for folks. 100%. 100%. So thanks for asking, Matthew. Andrew P. Nothing on Millennial Mike or any other out-of-state investor, but I just can't understand how managing virtually without touching and feeling your product in person, eye contact is possible. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, just for me, like I said, I like to touch, I like to feel, I like to, yeah, I'm not built to be out of area investor. It's just not my thing. I might be if, Mike and I even talked about it, talked about deals and things like that. We're kind of funny. It was like, I respect him immensely. I don't know if I'd do a deal with him. Just because I think that we do really well owning our own deals. And I just don't see any value in not owning my own deal. That's just me. So yeah, I'll stick with, and so the reason I say that is because just, I like local. I have far more control. I can drive by stuff. I like that much more better. I like it much more better. So yeah, but I agree with you. I don't like the remote thing. Andrew P. I was in Nashville last week helping a friend look at a property just for another set of eyes. The pictures made the property look like a 6 out of 10 in person, a 3 out of 10. Yep, with a good deal of exterior shenanigans. Shenanigans and likely to follow tomfoolery. Beware. And so, yeah, so I think it depends on overall your comfort level. And the most important thing is buying a team or having a team, right? So I know what it takes to build my team here. That was good enough for me. I don't want to build another team. I suck at it. Not suck at it. I don't enjoy it. Yeah, I'm fine at it. I can do it and it's done, but I didn't really enjoy doing it. Yeah. Survive it for beginner. LVP, yep, 150 to 175. Is that for materials and install? Oh, no. That's only install. I was quoted around $5 a square foot materials and install. 209 square foot at Costco, just materials. Yep. Where can I get it for that price? Look at the quality of product. There's a lot of, I'm not speaking badly about Costco, but there's a lot of stuff that's out there that's not very good product. I've seen stuff from Home Depot. Like I've bought stuff from Lumber Liquidators that's 79 cents a square foot. Stuff was complete crap. And I had to replace it within 2 years. And I had to pay the same amount of money to install it. So I've gone all kind of up and down the list. I've done 79 cents. I've done $7 a foot. Really depends. So I haven't touched. Hold on a second. Cool. Cool. I haven't touched that flooring, so I don't know. I haven't touched it. I don't know. But I like the stuff. I look at the stuff. You can even look at American Flooring's website. They do a good job of saying what the thickness of the material is, what the wear layer is. Look and compare it. That's what I would do. I would also, if I were in your shoes, I would buy a box from Costco and then take it home and do all the same tests that you would do a sample that you get from American. I would scratch it with a knife or with a like a screwdriver. I would do it with a screwdriver. I would do it all sorts of that stuff. That's what I would do. So yeah, I think that puts you in a pretty good position to get it. So yeah, $5 a foot all in. Jeremy, tell me how many people are in Fort Wayne. Sorry, I just saw that. Tell me how many people are in Fort Wayne, so I don't have to Google it. I think it was like 150,000 if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. So yeah, so for me, from my perspective, you're probably $5 a foot all in. And so the 209 a square foot at Costco, it may or may not be a good deal. I don't know. I know that American Flooring is around that for their stuff, and I believe it has a wear layer that's twice as thick or 40% or 50% thicker. again, I'm not a flooring expert. I just read the different stuff that I look at, the different materials that I buy. So yeah, that's something to look at. Survive it for beginner. Jeremy Kirkwood, 2 million or so in Northeast Indiana to follow up. Yep, Fort Wayne is the hub. Yeah, how many people in Fort Wayne? That's what I want to know. Scott Coleman, hey man, thanks for chopping the wood on Sunday. Scott Coleman, very welcome. Very welcome. Happy to do it. Happy to do it with you guys here. It's always a lot of fun. Matthew Paris, did you see Dion's 3.5 hour live this week? I did, and I actually watched. I didn't see the very beginning, but I watched the entire rest of it. First 5 minutes, he's like, this should be a quick 20 minutes or so live stream. Yeah, that's not going to happen. He's going to take down my 6-hour record? Never. Dion, that's a challenge. 6 hours. You know why he won't? Because he's smarter than me and he's lazier than me. Dude, the dude's a Marine and a cop. Like ex-cop, ex-Marine, and you ever really stop being a cop or an ex-Marine? I mean, you don't have the job anymore, but yeah, I trust me on this. And he can sit in a truck for hours, like days on end. Yeah, of course he can take down the 6 hours. It's just whether or not he chooses to. And I'm okay either way. I'm okay if he never breaks or if he does. All good. Either way. I can tell you who's not going 6 hours again. Me. Yeah, I am not going 6 hours again. I literally couldn't say anything the rest of the night. I literally just stared at a TV like a vegetable. After that, I was like, oh, I'm tired. 6 hours? Oof, that's a lot. Let's see. Matthew Paris. Time flying once you get going on here. Yeah, it flies by. Honestly, like we're already 2 hours, so we only have like an hour left. And I say only because it's literally like we only have like an hour left. Scott Coleman. Yes, he will, but not today. Not today. Yeah, I like working with Dion. He's a blast. Like I said, if he were local, we'd hang out a lot. Well, I would go over his house a lot and knock on the door and wonder why he's not answering. That's usually how it would go. Jeremy Kirkwood, will you shave your beard if I can do 22 closings? No. Or at least shave a lightning bolt somewhere. I only have hair on my face and my head. Lightning bolt. No. No. If you don't do 22, will you grow all your hair out? Because I think you're bald in your picture. I'm not saying that's the hand that life's dealt you. I'm saying that you shave your head bald. So yeah, so maybe. I will not shave my beard, no. Nope. I will trim it. I'll trim it down to where it's like business acceptable. But yeah, I won't shave it. No way. I've had my beard since I was 21, 22. Not this long, but I've had a beard since I was like 21 or 22. Now I'm 44. So yeah. I have no idea what I even look like anymore. Only from pictures. Dawn, I live 770 miles away from my property and self-manage. I have a maintenance guy, who I call to repair my stuff. I use a rental software to collect rent. Yep. So rent collection wouldn't be my concern. My concern would truly be about the property acquisition side of things. Yeah, mine would be the property acquisition side of things, and it would be the maintenance side of things. So having to build a team and having to learn another market. Like, so for me, I've got seven searches that I look at every day. I just don't need another market. I don't need it. I like the one that I like the 3 that I have. I like the stuff in that market. If I were smaller, would I do it that way? Maybe. Probably not. The thing that I've always seen about people that own in multiple markets is eventually they always end up selling one of them. And that could be good. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, just not a fit for me. So probably not for me. Ninja Van is 24/7. LOL. I'm not sure what you're laughing at, but I said lots of funny stuff there, but I appreciate it. Rob, I'm in SoCal. Oh yeah. So I'm not sure what these words mean. What's cheap or affordable? Yeah. No. Nope. You don't even have affordable gas. Yeah. There's nothing cheap in California. So we have family in California. That's why I know this. And they ended up moving here like probably 5 years ago now. And they go back every year for 3 months to visit, hang out with friends, things like that. And now it's kind of funny because they're just like, it's completely insane. Like the numbers are ridiculous, you know? So it's just kind of funny to see that perspective. Don, get the samples from American Flooring. They are excellent quality. Oh yeah, I agree. And again, guys, just so you know, they do not pay me to advertise, none of that stuff. Literally everything I'm sharing with you guys is just based on my experience. To give you an example, I've been trying to work with a cabinet company to get a good deal. The only way that they will give me a deal at all is if I buy 50 grand worth of product and then I resell it to you. I'm not a cabinet reseller. I'm not a flooring reseller. I'll share with you guys companies that make products that are good just to try and help you guys out, and because I'll use the stuff. I can tell you I've gone through thousands of square feet of their flooring, not had any issue with them as a vendor, and I'm about to place another big order. A big order. It'll be probably eight to 10,000 square feet, I would guess. Is how big mine's going to be. My next order. Where's Heather today? I haven't seen Heather yet. Heather MacGyver. I haven't seen her yet. Matthew Paris. Hey, Farva, what's the name of the restaurant you like? All this stuff on the walls. If you name it, I'll have to pistol whip you. Shenanigans. Yeah, all those movies, fantastic. That's from Super Troopers, and Super Troopers #2 was good, but obviously not as good as the original. Don, I showed the sample to my appraiser, and he was very impressed with the flooring. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like I said, so far so good with that flooring. I mean, who knows? 7 years from now, is it disintegrating? It could possibly, no idea. But what I had to judge it on based on the other stuff that I've played with, yeah, I'm a touchy-feely guy, not just emotionally. I like to feel my product that I'm putting into these places, because usually you can feel cheap. Usually you can feel cheap. Not personally feeling cheap, but feeling material that's cheap. I always have to delineate. Yes. Matthew Paris at Rob, they've outlawed these words in California. Yes, that's true. Those words are not allowed, affordable or cheap. Matt Motley, I cannot thank you, Michael and Dion, enough for the wealth of information you guys share. I probably would not have gotten started if it wasn't for you three. Matt, you're very welcome. We are honored and appreciative of being a part of your journey. I'm so glad that it's been helpful. And like I always say to Mike, Mike's done he's coming up on 5,000 videos. Oh, I'm I think we're just over 100. So yeah, he's done so much. I have my own channel, and he has more of me on his channel than I do of him on mine. It's nuts. But yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah. I'm honored to be a part of it, and glad that we're helpful. So yeah, that's good. Dion talk financial freedom. 6 hours in the middle of the night, I would be alone. LOL. You'd probably hear him snoring, is my guess. Dion, he's the man. Beverly Ho, if supply was next to nothing in your area, would you consider investing in a development project if given the option, or look for a new market? I am not a new building developer. Well, I am not so I've had the opportunity, and I didn't do it. I had the opportunity to invest in a number of new projects, and it's just not me. It's not me. I don't think the numbers work. I don't like working with partners. I don't want to make, some of the deals that I've been offered were, 10 and 12% return on my capital. Why? If I can take a couple $100,000 and get 20 and 30 and 40% return on my capital, why would I take 100? I mean, why would I take 10, So I would take 100. I would not take 10. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, not for me. I would probably look for a new market. For me, I would still look for a market that's somewhat close. And supply doesn't have to necessarily be a horrible thing. You could find a building that the numbers do work. You just have to be diligent. And there's nothing wrong with saving up money to get to a unit that works, unless you've done the math on all your units and that are coming up in that market and they don't work. In that case, I would look for a different market. But that's kind of my criteria would be looking for a different market, is because for me, I'll go off on a little bit of a tangent. For me, there's different asset classes in a given market. Single family homes in my market have not worked for like 4 years. 4 years. Single family homes have not worked in my market for years. Duplexes, tris, and quads have, and they still work very well. Duplexes are getting less working, but tris and quads, they are really working. And so it's not necessarily, before I would leave your area, I would look at different assets before I leave your area, because I just believe that proximity is great. I love proximity, right? The other thing too is that if you also know, like if you know your town really well or the city really well, and you know some big, awesome, great thing is coming, then that means your property is going to get more valuable. If you know like a nuclear waste program is coming, things are going to be much less valuable, and then you put your property on the market and sell it if you don't want to have to deal with that, as an example. So that's my take on it. Jeremy Kirkwood, if I don't do 22, I'll grow my hair out. Sounds to me like Jeremy already has some in the hopper that he's tilting the scales in his direction. Or that he knows of a big deal that he's doing, but still 22 deals. It's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot. Daniel De La Cerda. Daniel, welcome. I've not seen your name before. Thanks for coming. How should I determine rent? And what is BRRR? Cool. So how should you determine rent? For me, I look at Craigslist, apartments.com, and Zillow. See what those rents are for the type of product, like look up the different ads, see what they're renting for those types of things that they have listed on their site. The other thing that I'll do too is on a couple of those, I might set something up with somebody that I know that's a real estate agent and say, hey, I'm not going to waste your time. I'm not going to be a buyer or a renter, but I want to come and see these couple of units. And they'll usually set something up with either themselves, where we just get together and then do lunch afterwards, or they send one of the lower ranking people on their staff and they say, hey, we need to do this for him because he's a big client of ours. And so I then go take a look at them. So I would talk to brokers in your area that do rentals, number one. Number two, I would look at Zillow, Craigslist, and apartments.com. That's what I would be looking at to kind of formulate your opinion. Rental meter, I think, is outdated. And then the last thing that I would look at is your housing. Look at your housing authorities. They're done by county, and usually each town has its own. And so I would look at those housing authorities and then see what they're willing to pay, and then make the decision from there. That's what I would do. That's how I would determine rents. What is BRRR? BRRR is buy, rehab, refi, rent, repeat. I think that's how it is. 4 R's. Yeah. So buy, rehab, refi, rent, repeat. Yep. I think that's it. So I was doing that before it was a thing. A lot of people were, but I've been doing it for 20 years. And I think the BRRR thing is just in the last 5. The thing that I don't love about BRRR right now is that you have no idea what that appraisal is going to come in on the refi. I had one property appraised 2 weeks apart, and it was a 4% difference in price. That's pretty big. right? That's really big. It was appraised 2 weeks apart. It can't be that big of a difference. So that's feelings and opinions and ideas and thoughts. Yeah, so that's what BRRR is. Feel free to ask more questions below. Happy to do it. Hopefully that helps. Eli Kolner, how's that window order going? It's not. It's not. I'm literally, my window rep has one more chance to get back to me, and I'm putting him on blast. I have emailed him 3 times. I've called him twice. I've told him it's an 84 window order in each of those occasions, and I still can't get a call back. Like, what the hell? You can't be that busy, Jay. You can't be that busy, Jay. You can't. Yeah. I mean, maybe he is, but I don't believe it. And that's over like a 2.5 week period. Yeah. That's garbage. Andrew P., I'm getting tired of Matt laughing at us future California expats or refugees. I'm not. I laugh when other people cry. It's the broken part of me, I guess. Yeah, dude. I don't know how you guys do it in California. Like, Mike is the man for investing in California and making that work. I hate California's governmental policies, but I get it. It's truly one of the most beautiful places in the world. I worked for a California company for a number of years. I would fly out to the Bay Area all the time because I work in tech. Still work in tech. Almost thought I didn't. And so I went out to the Bay Area all the time, and I hated the traffic. I hated the weather was nice. But generally speaking, I didn't like anything else. Prices of everything, super expensive, no real value, everything pricey. Yeah, didn't like it. Wasn't a fan. Ugh. Sorry. Colin Denalis. Hey, love your channel. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I think you're new, so really appreciate that. Yeah, Kirkwood, loading the deck, 8 in the hopper. Yeah. Dude, sales executive leadership. I've seen a guy sandbag before. That's what that was. All right, sorry, back to Colin. Any recommendation on type of cabinets you use or recommend a company you would trust? Yep, currently in our first home hack in CT and updating the kitchen. Okay. So because these guys are not having the conversation with me, I would find a place. I have used a bunch of different brands before. The ones that I have settled on and done the most, work with, has been Choice Cabinetry. I think they're out of Ohio. I did a lot of work with them. They great quality product. They used to make everything with 3/4 inch ply, and so those boxes were bulletproof. Not literally, but figuratively speaking. And so Choice Cabinetry, like it. Good quality product. I don't know if they've changed that model recently, or if they've changed the way they manufacture, because that's one of the things that was on short supply was plywood. And so I don't know if they've changed anything. Somebody said that they had changed down to 1/2 inch. I'm not as big of a fan of 1/2 inch, and I think that there's other cabinets that I've used that are really good. So Choice Cabinetry is one. I would also look for a supplier of Fabu wood, Fabu. Yep, Fabu wood. They are a great company. I've done a ton of their kitchens. They have 2 lines that I work with. I don't work with their less expensive line as much. I've worked with their nicer line. Great product. The boxes show up in cardboard with straps around them. Haven't had any damage issues that they haven't taken care of. But you guys can't buy directly from them. I don't buy directly from them. I buy directly through a distributor. An installer, and he just happens to do all my kitchens, so I get a decent price. But yeah, Fabu wood. See who resells Fabu wood around you. I would go to their website, and I'm sure they have like a dealer list. So Fabu wood, and Choice. Those are the 2 cabinets I use. Large and White Shaker. white shaker cabinets. Say carburetor mud. A liter of cola. Yeah, that movie has so many good things to it. Say carburetor mud. I love it. Yep. My friend George Washington never told a lie. Yeah, that's good. Daniel De La Cerda. Dang, man, thank you very much for your response. Greatly appreciate it. Happy to, my man. This is what we do on Sundays. We answer people's questions. I'm glad that you have a question. Honestly, like, props to Daniel, real quick. He doesn't know something, and instead of being arrogant about it, he just says, hey, I don't know what this is. Tell me what it is. Dude, you're going to win at this. You're going to win at this. Don't lose that. Keep on asking questions. I asked a million questions in the beginning, point where I literally had people tell me to shut up. Okay, I'll shut up. Sorry I asked so many questions. Ask the questions. Get really good at this. You know, I'm telling you, that's the way to do it. So, man, I'm honored that you'd ask me the question and happy to help. I'm glad that the answer was helpful to you. Jeremy Kirkwood, yep, 8 in the hopper. Anyway, sandbagger. Yeah. How many will that give you, Jeremy? Tell me that. I'm going to do something with Jeremy someday. I just don't have the bandwidth in the schedule. I got to try and figure it out, but just trying to get through the end of the year with all the stuff that we have on our plate, all the stuff that you don't see. So yeah, I'll do something with Jeremy soon. I like Jeremy. Jeremy and I rap. Yeah, exactly, Don. Exactly. We in the biz and the sales biz, we call that sandbagging. It's knowing that you have deals coming and not reporting that you have deals coming. And then you're like, well, hey, can I do 10? Dude, sandbagging Hall of Fame right here. I know all about that. I love it though. Chris Miller, how long is the live streaming live for? 2 hours and 16 minutes. And Chris Miller, I covered everything that you asked in the first 20 minutes of this and then spots throughout. But yeah, the first 20 minutes I covered what you and I talked about yesterday, like I said, and then you'll see that I actually said, if you like this idea, it was Chris Miller's. And if you hate this idea, it was Chris Miller's. But I covered everything on rental by the room, the sales model, or the comp model, all that stuff. I did all that. Hold on one second. Okay. Might be a little bit much. So the live stream has been on for 2 hours, 17 minutes. More coming. We're going for another 43 minutes ish. Nisi, did I miss your question? I'm sorry. I did miss your question. I skipped right to Daniel De La Cerda. I apologize. So Nisi Ellison. So if housing says they will pay $1,300 for a 3-bedroom, but rent is $1,400, how do you determine if the tenant can pay the difference? Still the same thing. I have them give me a Credit Karma report, and I still have them give me paycheck stubs. If they don't have paycheck stubs, but they get some sort of Social Security or something else like that, then you weigh that based on what their benefit is there. So that's how I do it. That's how I do it. And if you hit that credit criteria, 680 or better, and housing will pay $1,300, but you're supposed to pay $100 but they're supposed to pay $100 of it. Then yeah, still the same lease. Just spell that out in the lease that housing is paying $1,300 and they're paying $1,000. And then you can also say, if at any time, you lose your housing voucher, you're still responsible for the $1,400 in that particular case. That's what I would do. Doopy-doo. Crimson Knight. So as much as you don't believe a crash is coming, you want a crash to buy more property, right? Yes. I mean, you know what I mean. I don't wish people to lose their homes. But if a crash happens, I'll be ready. I'll be buying. I'm not going to not buy them in an interest of solidarity because they're losing their home. That's not reality. The reality is that something occurred for them where they stopped paying their mortgage, and most banks will do a workout. And so if you've gotten to the point where they're selling your house, you are probably 6 to 9 months down the road, and you've made no effort to pay, or you've not paid a percentage, or you've not done a workout plan or something like that. That's just the market being the market. So yeah, I don't root for a crash per se, but if one happens, I want to be ready and I want to buy a bunch of stuff. Yep, sure do. Sure do. Matthew Paris, what's your opinion on IKEA cabinets? I've installed them twice. That sucked. The installation was horrible. The quality was all right. The pricing, after you figure in time and price, it's more expensive than all my other options. So I don't do it just because it's more expensive and I don't find the quality is better than what I'm installing. Again, I'm a value guy. So, yep. Don putting a finger on the scale. Yep. What, Jeremy? Yeah, he certainly is. I literally cannot hear the word shenanigans without seeing that scene in my head. Yeah, Matthew Paris. Ain't that the truth? That is the truth. Thank God we don't have a shenanigans around us. Yeah. Yep. It's kind of funny, though. My buddy's mother-in-law, or mother, is this mother or mother-in-law? Irish. And so she would say shenanigans, and it would crack me up every time. Let's see. Does a Section 8 voucher count as part of the tenant's income? No. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. Nope. Doesn't. Nope. Income has to be above and beyond on top of what it is. But look at the rules for Section 8 or housing. You have to do some things. You have to basically break their rules to get thrown out of the program. So, and they do have a decent amount of rules, but they're all really reasonable, frankly speaking, especially since you're getting your rent paid for you. They're pretty reasonable. Don, that land I had under contract, the high density stuff, the town is running out of water and is going to start charging $66,000 for water and sewer taps. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow. Don, I know you're in construction, so I don't mean this to be insulting. I'm truly curious. Had you looked at viability of wells? Because at $66K for a tap, and that's per house, you might be largely better off at just doing a well. And there's a lot of areas. I don't know about your area, but in my area, I have a well at my house. I love it. It's a 300-foot well. At my last house, I had a 500-foot well, and that, my friends, is heaven on earth. 500 feet deep. The water's always ice cold coming up, and it is magnificent. I would literally bottle that water because it was awesome. It was so freaking good. Oh, so now my new house is 300 feet. I don't like it as much. But I'm strongly considering, I'm thinking about having my well dug deeper, except I know it's going to be it's going to be like an extra like $15,000, which I'm not thrilled about. That's why I probably won't do it. So, yeah. So survive it for beginner. So let's see, survive it for beginner. How can someone do 22 deals in a year? My average money to get a property is around $40K. For 22 deals, I would need $880K in capital. What am I missing? So before Jeremy answers, because Jeremy will answer, right, Jeremy? Before Jeremy answers, seller financing, I guarantee are some of the deals, if not all the deals. Subject to, I guarantee is, I'm sure some of the deals. So subject to seller-based financing, and those would be the main areas. And then also Fannie and Freddie opening up their lending standards for people that want to buy 2, 3, and 4 families. They're expanding those lending standards where they won't require the same size down payment. So, and also the difference in your market prices. Yeah. Yep. So that would be my answer to your question, survive it for beginner. But I know Jeremy will answer. Yeah. Oh. Ooh, 2:24. Still have plenty of time left. Good. I love that. Sorry about the yawn. A little tired. Kiddos got me. Don, it is going to be more for quads. Yep, which is what I was going to build on the property. Yep. Wells are out in the county, no in town stuff. So are you not able to do them is the question. Couldn't survive, bundle the houses together and do a couldn't survive, bundle the houses together and do a non-QM lender. Yep. Yeah, understandable. I'm always interested, I have a couple houses that aren't like smack downtown, but they're pretty darn close. They have wells. So it might just be something worth checking, because I'd love to help you keep that deal alive. Just my input, because that's one hell of a deal. I mean, the numbers that you were talking about there are awesome, but you have to find a much less expensive solution. So you could put a well there. I mean, to meet the water demand, you could potentially put a well there and sewer septic, but you just have to meet all the criteria there. And I don't know if in your town, if they say if you have access to public water, you have to use it. That's not a thing where we are. If you have access to public water, you don't have to use it. You can do a well. Chris Miller, can you walk through how you find a good, trustworthy contractor and how you screen them? I've tried. Sorry, let me just finish with Dawn. So good idea. I think you have to tie into the city. Yeah, just check it, because I've got a couple properties that have wells where I didn't tie into the city. And the funny thing is somebody was like, well, why don't you just do it to tie into the city, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, because at that point, you're on the hook forever. And a well is like 30 years ago, a well didn't cost $15,000. They cost that now. And a septic didn't cost $15,000 20 years ago. They cost that now. And so the water and sewer, if you look how long you get out of something, like I had a house that had a well and a septic and leach field. And the well is 45 years old and has never needed to be redug, but has like pump replacements and things like that, but nothing that's bad, nothing that's crazy. And so it's like $100 a year maybe. And my water sewer would be $150 a month. It's $1,800 compared to $100. And that's 40 years running. Right. And then on the sewer side, if you just do the right thing with a leach field and don't like garbage disposal into it or feminine product or that sort of stuff, and then use like that enzyme eater stuff, you can get, I just did a house where I had that septic stone and pipe lasted, 71 to 18. So 47 years that thing lasted. And so, yeah, I'm doing I had to do a new one, but 47 years out of it. And I didn't have, the bill was every 2 years it had to be pumped, and it was like $300. So the numbers just blew it away. Yeah, blew it away. Yeah. Yeah, grandfather stuff allowed. So yeah, Don, I would just do that check, because I loved your math. I loved your deal. I thought that deal was absolutely awesome. I think the only thing is, yeah, at $66K, that blows up the deal. I totally agree with you. Totes agree. That blows it up. Totes agree. Sorry, Chris. Yeah. So they were all. So yeah. So look at. So I will. So contractors. Yes, referrals. Um, I want to see their work. Honestly, like the way that I've always done it is I've just given them a project to do. Giving them a project to do. Not a big one, but giving them some project to do. See if they showed up on time. See if they. And I tell them, hey, I want to give you a bunch of business moving forward. I care about promptness. I care about time. I care about this. I care about that. If you're a pain in the ass to deal with, I'm not saying that you are, but if you're a pain in the ass to deal with, they don't need to work with you, right? So my contractors, we have the conversation where it's just like, hey, here's my expectation. That's why I have to pay more, because I have other guys that will pay less. And then they're just like, yeah, like, why am I going to bust my ass and go over there? And I know the guy's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. He's going to try and, squeeze me on the price, blah, 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 blah. Supply and demand, there's a lot more of them, or a lot less of them than there are projects out there. So yeah, in screening, I've just always gotten a small specific job that has X, Y, and Z in there, which is, hey, and again, depending on what I'm trying to hire them for, it's just hiring them, having them do a couple projects and then seeing how it goes and seeing the quality. If after one project, there's some questions, it's like, okay, let's talk about this. Here's what I'd rather see here. Here's what I'd rather see here. Let me know how that affects price. However, if it's the other side of it, which is, wow, this is an amazing job, great value. Hey, this is fantastic. Then. So I think that the mistake that people make in evaluating contractors is that they expect them to be like great businessmen and great people. No, they're contractors. Some are, some aren't. One of my guys was about as fun as a shoe. He's good at what he did. So it was fine with me. It's fine. And his price was reasonable. His quality work was good. So that's what we did. It's easy for us. It was easy for us. Yeah. So that's that. So that's what I would, that's the best I can tell you. I always have guys that were looking at hiring. I always have them do projects for me. And then project 1, discuss, reassess. Project 2, discuss, reassess. Project 3, usually at that point, they're either not going to work out or with you, or you're not going to work out with them. And then you guys go your separate ways. So yeah, but the guys that we have now, like my plumber, we're simpatico. Electrician, same thing, on the same page, always. And so now they just know what I expect. They know that as soon as they finish, they can send me a picture and a text message and go, hey, can I come pick up a check? Done. We're done. So that's the other thing too. That's a big piece. Matthew Paris, here in Orlando area, if you tap city water, they cap and meter your well. Oh, very interesting. Okay. You can't go back to the well once you're on city. Yep. As far as I'm aware in my area, that's not surprising at all to me. Yep. Once they've spent the investment, same thing for us for utilities, like get natural gas. Once you've gone, you can get off of natural gas. You can decide to switch. So it's not illegal because they're a private company. But if they're going to do it, they make you, if they put a line in to the house, because they're responsible from the road to the house, you're responsible from the stub out in. They will make you sign a contract. Yep, that you're going to have it up in X amount of time. So yeah, for sure, I've seen that on the utility side, on the gas side. Jennifer Medina, housing will pay a portion of utilities. Can you explain how that is distributed? Is this in addition to the voucher and paid to landlord or given to the tenant to pay the utility company? So that is a ton of questions that are all very good. So I'm trying to see if I have it on my desk. I don't. So there is a document that housing hands out. That document that housing hands out will say right in it, if all is included, it's like $1,400 for a 2-bedroom, right? Or 15. In fact, let me read. I got one of those. As I read. Okay, here are the numbers. So let's just do a 2-bedroom as an example. All utilities included is $1,538. Jennifer, all utilities included for a 2-bedroom is $1,538. Example includes heat, hot water, and trash removal. That number is $1,469 because they're assuming electric for cooking, and they're assuming the electric bill in general being $15 and $54. So it's basically the $1,538 minus what their allowance is for the cooking electric and for the regular electric bill. Now, if nothing is included, it's $1,330, right? And then you start adding on top of that. Hot water, oil, $32. Electric, $54. Cooking electric, $15. Trash, $12. Oil heat, $95. Because that payment's for the whole year. So it's not them saying $95 for 4 months a year. They're saying $95 a month times 12. So that brings you up to like $1,100. So you'd be $1,330. Yeah, $1,330. Plus those other items that you can add in. Now, let's see, it's 208. And so, yeah, that's about 200 and, no, it's not. So what's interesting is if nothing included and you add in heat and cooking electric, so that's 110, 122, 176. Is that 176? Yeah, 122, 176. And then $32 is 208. Yep. So then it's basically, if you include everything, it's $1,538, and then you start deducting for everything you don't include, and then each of those items is an include. So I guess you could do the math like per unit and figure what makes sense to include, what makes no sense to include, etc. So that's my feeling. Yeah. That's my feeling. Yep. Yeah, Jennifer, let me know if that's helpful to you. Matthew Paris. Let's see. But that doesn't exactly hurt my feelings because our wells are only 100 foot deep. Yep. And full of sulfur. Yep. Never bothered me, but my number one complaint from tenants is water quality. Sure, especially people new to Florida. Yep. Yeah, and those filtration systems, as you know, Matthew, are expensive. What a pain in the ass. Like, yeah, we did a water system on our well, that 500 foot deep one, because it was hard because we have a lot of rock here, granite. We're the granite state. Yeah, I think the water treatment system was like $4,000, but the water was, I mean, we tested the water before the tap and we tested it after the tap to make sure that everything was filtering properly. Water test was like $250 or something. And we got the before the tap. There was a bunch of stuff in it that shouldn't have been in it. Nothing deadly, but stuff that's like not good over time, stuff that will build up in your system. And then after, and it was like basically immaculate, like 0.00003 type of stuff, like way close to nothing. So that was really awesome. And so, yeah, from that perspective, we would do that water system, but that's $4,000. That's a lot of money, especially on a single family house where you might not be making a whole lot of margin. It's a ton of dough. Yeah, a ton of dough. Yeah, so I agree with that in Florida. Jerry Davis, so glad to finally find someone that doesn't like IKEA cabinets as an installer. I can't stand them. They suck, right? They're garbage. Just from like they take a ton of time to put together, and they're decent, but like the amount of time that it takes you to put that together, and then the whole hanging system, like, oh, it's so super easy. Yeah, no, I mean, let me tell you what's really easy: installing a real cabinet. Yeah, so I am not a fan of IKEA. Yep. We installed those, I want to say once, maybe twice, and not ever again. Nope. Matthew Paris at Jerry Davis. I feel the same. I hear so many investors rave about IKEA cabinets, but I always see crap installs when they come across them. Totally agree. Yeah, totally agree. Yep. I do not think IKEA cabinets are the way to go at all. At all. Nope. Not for me. I like my choice of my Fabu wood cabinets. They're amazing. They haven't warped. They were easy to install. And I can get, when my cabinets show up, I can get an entire kitchen installed in a day. Yeah, not doing that with IKEA. Nope. Nope. They can get all the boxes. And this is on old unlevel floors, like having to shim stuff, screw into walls, reshim, cut back ship, put in the toe kicks, put in the uppers. Yeah, I can get that done literally in a day with 2 guys. You can't do that with an IKEA kitchen. Nope. Unless they are like specified IKEA guys, and even then I still don't think you can do it. And not with great quality. That's just my feeling. Chris Miller had a strong cat urine smell on a rental. Yep. Inspector said ozone will take care of it. He's wrong. Contractor said he would take care of it. Yep. Contractor completed reno, took off, and the smell is still lingering. Ugh. I don't know what to do anymore. Floors have already been installed and home painted. What would I do? So I would, okay, I can help you. Black light. So shut off the light, black light everything, and you will likely still see where it's coming from. Okay. You'll likely still see where it's coming from. You'll still see the stains. When that happens, you can do a few things. If it's sheetrock, cut out the sheetrock and put in and patch it. If it's wood trim, cut out the wood trim, put in a new piece. When you do that, soak the heck out of anything with hydrogen peroxide. I had a cat unit. It took 20 treatments. The place smells springy fresh now. 20 treatments. 20 treatments. They had to literally go there. They would spray everything down with the hydrogen peroxide and like douse it. That would pull the ammonia up out of the natural wood. They would then wipe it away. And so literally they just did that time after time. It took 20 total treatments. It took 3.5 days. And we finally got that done. And then the smell was good. And then we just had to resand and poly the floors. That was it. That was it. That was a massive job. That cost about $3,000. Yep. Nisi nailed it. Hydrogen peroxide. Yep. You need something that's not going to mask or cover it. You need something that's going to pull the urine enzyme out, which is ammonia. You want something to pull that up and out, and then you wipe it off. And when you know you're done? When you can do a wipe and there's no discoloration whatsoever to your wipe. That's when you know you're done. Is because there's nothing more there for it to pull up out. So I have done this. I have restored, 140-year-old homes, and this is how I get cat pee-pee out. Get the pee-pee. I hate it. I hate cats. Sorry. If you love cats, I hate them. As a landlord, I hate them. People are irresponsible. And so it's not the cat's fault. It's the irresponsible owner's fault. So that's what I would do. But yeah, I have an ozone machine. I've never seen it work for cat urine. I've seen it work for smoke. I've definitely seen it work for smoking. But we'll still wipe down and wash down the walls and stuff. And then after we do that, we'll do ozone for X number of days. And then we'll, basically we put it in a position where we can shut it off remotely, etc. And then And then we will open up because you don't want to be exposed to the ozone. Follow all the instructions from the manufacturers on those machines. It's super, super dangerous. But just watch that stuff. And we've ozoned a few houses and it's not been a problem after for smoke. Ozoned a few houses, then got them clear, then repainted. Not an issue. We repainted everything, but then it wasn't an issue after that. So yeah. Yep, that worked. That's what I would do. Chris Miller, let me know if that helps you. But that's what I would do. Matthew Paris, we had a customer who bought an IKEA kitchen and she had to send them a letter from her attorney to get them to fix what the first installer did. Yep. Yeah. I am not a fan at all of IKEA cabinets. Nope. Eli Kolner, pets or no pets? I feel like pets brings a ton of renters, outweighs risk of damage. So depends on my building. If it's something that I've just completely redone and I've got LVP flooring in there and I've done a membrane underneath that LVP flooring, sure, knock yourself out. And I will charge you a pet fee. You want to pay for it? Fine. Then you also have to prove to me that you have renter's insurance and that it covers your pet and any damage that they do. Yep. That's how you do it. Group text between the three amigos. I just said, I'm in. And I'm on my live stream still. It's funny. So yes, pets. Yes, I agree with you. There's not enough pet rental units. We are pet owners. We love pets. But we know how responsible we are with them. We know how irresponsible others are with them. And so, yeah, it's just it's a balance. I have one tenant who has the most immaculate house I've ever seen, unit I've ever seen, and they have 4 pets. I don't know how she does it. She's a miracle worker. It's the best. It's impressive, to say the least. Michelle, if you ever watch this, amazing, impeccable. Jennifer Medina, yes, thank you. Okay, good. My local housing authority is closed to the public and has yet to respond to my email or return my calls. What the heck? Yeah. I'm trying to think. Look at the county level. Look at the county level. They should be able to. There's a county that sits on top of each of the different individual sites. So try to reach out to somebody at the county level, and then just have a conversation with them, and they'll probably push you back down. But now that person knows that their boss is watching. Try that. That should help you. That should get you a response. Zuber and Dion, they're such good dudes. I love working with those guys. It's a lot of fun. Yes, so that should help you, Jennifer. Brett Denner. Hey, Matt, I'm installing 3 egress windows for the first time. Okay, contractors all have massively different prices and timelines. It's hard to know which one is being the most honest. Any tips? Thanks. That's a good question. It depends on where they're getting their windows. It really depends on a lot of things, honestly. Find out if they're are they breaking it down for you, like labor and material? Are they doing that for you? I would take a look at that, because an egress window, so everyone understands what an egress window is. An egress window in my state is 5.7 square feet that the sash has to be. The reason it has to measure that at least is because that's the size that a fireman can get through with an oxygen pack on his back. That's my understanding. So 5.7 square feet. So and that's my area. I don't know if that's federal, so don't take me for that as gospel. My area is 5.7 square feet. So any window that I do is 5.7 square feet sash, right? The other thing that we do is if we can't meet that 5.7 square feet in one sash, which is what the rule is, we go with a casement window. A casement window is the crank ones. For those of you who don't know what a casement is, that's a casement window is the crank ones. And those are ultra sensitive to install. Ultra sensitive. If they are out of plumb or out of level at all, they will not close properly, they will not work properly, and they will be the bane of your existence. I have 4 that I had to redo this year because ever since I redid the building 3 years ago, it sucked. Absolutely sucked. Oh, Don says it's now national code, 5.7 square feet. Thank you, Don. Yeah, so I thought it might just be local, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's national ICC code now. I think he's right. But yeah, 5.7 square feet is how big one sash has to be, not the whole window, one sash. Because think about what they're trying to do. If you're stuck in that window and you're trying to get out, but there's no place for you to get out, you're going to open up the window, throwing the thing up in the air. And if they got to come in and get you, that's what has to happen, right? So you want to make sure they can squeeze through that spot. And so on the pricing thing, hard to say, but I would look and see, is somebody recommending a casement window versus a double hung window? And also depending on, I've done stuff in heritage and historic district areas as well. They will make you put in a certain kind of window. It has to give the same appearance to the street. Well, I had 2 bedrooms that only had one window. They were a 3rd floor bedroom. So they had 2 points of egress. One is the door, one is the window. On the window, what they required was that it looked like all the rest. So I had to pay to have that same design, which was a split top. So it's called a 2/1. When you see a line that goes down through the middle, that's a 2, because that line that creates any section, it's called a 2 light or 2/1. 1 is no bars whatsoever. So it's called a 2/1. Or you can have 6/1, or you can have 6/6, you can have 4/1. You can have a bunch of different options. For me, I love the old New Englander windows that look beautiful, big and grand, and they're usually 1 over clear, or 1 over none, or 2 over none, or 2/1, or 2/2. That's what you'll almost always see in my windows that I use in my rehabs. So I would look and see if they're looking at casements. I would look and see what they're talking about, because if they're just giving you a general number, you need it broken down a little bit more, because who knows what they're actually. I would look at that number. Are they using a new construction because they're going to tie it into the siding? Are they using just a replacement window? Are they using a low E argon gas double pane window? Are they using a low E argon gas triple pane window? What are they, what are they doing there? That's what I would look at if I were in your shoes, for what it's worth. All right. Find my place. Children trying to get in. Can you hear him on the other side? Daddy's on his live stream. Well, I'll probably bring them in for the end of the video just so you guys can see the kids. Let's see. Yes, use hydrogen peroxide. REI Trainer Autoban is good for cat urine, but you'll probably need to lift the floor. Yeah, Autoban will cover the smell. It won't get rid of the urine smell. Price and sorry, Brett, on the pricing different on the timelines. Find out they're getting the windows probably manufactured. One of them might have a fairly decent timeline, but it's because he might be able to stick a replacement window that he can buy at a big box store into that hole in the wall. So that's where you're just trying to understand. Yep. Dan Hunter, currently vetting a tenant couple. Credit scores are low, 560 and 640. Yep, but income is fine. Seems like good people. Verified rent payments for past 2 years. Would you take them or too risky? I would want to understand why their numbers are 560 and 640. Them being nice, sure, nice. Rental payments for 2 years, yep, sure, that's really important. But why are their scores so low if they pay their bills on time? I would just, I would run credit. If you've already run credit, I would just ask them, So, what's come up that you've impacted your score? That's what I would look at. Chris Miller, I felt naive trusting a contractor and the inspector. So my life saying is people do what's inspected, not what's expected. I think largely speaking, inspectors are useless. In many cases, they might have taken a course, and then all of a sudden they are now an inspector. They don't have life application. I always like my inspectors are always ex-construction guys because they've built houses, they've rehabbed houses, they know what they're looking for that are issues. That's my opinion. So any of the guys that I have are not course inspectors, and city inspectors. A lot of times they don't apply the rule properly. That's my feeling. So yeah. Yeah. Also maxed out credit cards. No, my dude. Because they're one job loss or layoff, or I'm out of work because of COVID for 2 weeks. Nope. I would be holding out for a better tenant. And if I'm in your shoes, I'm holding out for a better tenant. Maxed out credit cards. I mean, just again, along with the 560 and the 640, they paid their 2 years worth of rent on time, but they probably stayed employed that entire time. That's just the risk that you're going to take in getting somebody with that credit score. So if I'm in your shoes, I'm a no. REI trainer, I hate cats too. Thanks for the peroxide tip. You're welcome. Jennifer Medina, you're welcome. Matthew Paris, in 10 years, I've rented to maybe 2 people without pets, and one of them lied about it. Sock drawer bandit, if you can believe that. LOL. I love pet owners. Yep. Largely speaking is because they take care of their pets. Some are bad, but a majority are very good. Brent Denner, I haven't gotten full breakdowns yet. Scheduling 3 or 4 guys for in-person quotes so far, have only gotten estimates over the phone. Yeah, that's going to be tough. Yep. They got to see it. I would just go with somebody I would look at their website if they're that big, or I would talk to somebody that they've done windows for before and just see if you can get some sort of a reference. Guys, when I'm looking for a new contractor to do something that's never been done before by me, I might do a 2 or 3, but I do not do anything past that. Because I can't make my life meeting people to look at something. That's just me. Don, yeah, national ICC code now. Okay, cool. 5.7 square feet. Yep, yeah, cool. Matthew Paris, the per thing is definitely a double-edged sword, though enter at your own risk. The per thing. Oh, yeah. I'm sure you mean cat. Yep. Nicodon, 20 by 24. Yes. Is that? No, that's 20 inches by 24 inches. Nope, that's not big enough. Has to be bigger. Has to be bigger. Chris Miller, I've been quoted $6,000 to install an egress window in a basement. Well, that's a bit of a different story. Basements are tough. Basements are tough. Because you have to go down below the line. I mean, there's a ton of that. You're talking probably foundation concrete cutting. You're talking a lot of labor. So I wouldn't apples and oranges there. As far as like a hole in a house versus a hole in a foundation, completely different effort. Yep. Donna Ohanian, it's Black Friday week. Anyone have recommendations on what kind of garage door openers to get? I need 2 for new construction. Look at Home Depot. They had a decent one. I would take a look at Home Depot had one on sale for Black Friday, and I think it was pretty good from what I remember. It was a Genie. I think it was a belt drive. Don't get a chain drive, get a belt drive. But I'm pretty sure that Genie one was not crazy expensive, and it was a pretty decent one. So hopefully that works out for you. So what are the costs associated with snow for your rentals in a given year? SoCal doesn't have that problem, so I'm curious. That's true, you don't. Last year on 60 units, I spent like 14 grand on snow. It's expensive. Yep, 14 grand on snow. That sucked. Mm-hmm. Brett Denner, you have such incredible knowledge about construction, rehab, etc. Thank you. Have you thought about offering a course or program to help teach this stuff? I'd easily pay thousands for it. So one of the things that I'm going to cover in my Lumberjack Landlord course is going to be construction stuff. 44 high. Okay. So I will have something. We're working on it. My daughter getting sick was the only reason it got delayed. Just because that takes a decent amount of time. And we want the qualities. We want the videos to be of quality, and they can't be when I've got my 3 and my 2-year-old like this. We're going to do something like that. We're going to take a lot of the stuff that we did with walkthroughs of properties and just talking about material. I'll have boxes here of supplies that we use, just because, I think that a lot of newer landlords can benefit greatly, just understanding some of those things. So I think that's I agree with you. I think it'd be a huge help. I think that'd be a huge help, and that's going to absolutely be part of the course. So good idea. Chris Miller, Matt, do you use multiple agents? Yes, I do. If you do, how do you go about not having the exclusivity clause? I don't sign it. Yep. And if they insist on me signing it, then I say that it's exclusive to that property. You can make it exclusive to a property. And at the end of the day, I'm not trying to screw anybody. I'm just trying to, if you bring me a deal, I want to dance with the one who brung me. And I always tell people, you don't know if you're my favorite agent at that point. So if you bring me a deal, you want to make sure I work with you and you know that I'm going to close. So the 3 most important things to you are: 1, you want to know that I'm going to close, right? Number 1. Number 2, you want to know that I'm not going to play games and be a difficult buyer and all this other stuff and make you look like a jerk to the seller. And number 3, you know that kind of 1 and 2 combined, which is, I'm going to close. I'm not going to be a jerk and difficult to deal with. And that we're going to do more business together. You just want to maintain that relationship. At the end of the day, I kind of have the movie like the no escape clause, which is, if we do business together, if we're working together, then the most important thing that we can do is foster that relationship. You bring me a deal. If I steal that deal from you and close it with my other broker, what's going to happen? You're not going to bring me any deals anymore. So it's a nice big sandbox where we can all play together. And that's why this works. In fact, this is one of my agents now. So, and she's watching. So I'm glad I just gave that answer that I did. She's a great agent. She's fantastic. And so any deal that she brings me, she'd be exclusive. We'd work the deal together. We'd get the deal done. And that means she's going to bring me another one, because that's how they get it. That's how they get it. That's how they get paid. So I always want to respect and honor the effort that they put in. They were trusted by somebody to say, hey, we're not ready to put on the market yet, but this is what we're thinking. Guess what? I want to help that process. We just did the deal that I did for 1.31 million wasn't technically on the market. So it eventually got there, but it's a long story short. But working with those agents, working with that group of agents, they're great. They're honest. They're fair. They're hardworking. They do what I ask, and I ask what they ask of me. I do what they ask of me. So kind of works out. So that's So I don't sign that exclusivity clause unless we market specifically for a property, or we just take that out, like that buyer's agent agreement addendum thing. I'll sign it, but we'll make it specific to another one. And the other thing too is, if somebody ever decided to sue, let's just say somebody was that short-sighted and they decided to sue the other broker for a portion of commission. Real estate is a largely reputation-based business. You don't want that reputation. That'd be a bad idea. Number 1, I would make sure that I never bought a deal from you again. I don't care how good the deal is. I would just shut you down. And so I think we kind of work with that. Via ICC, it must be 5.7 square feet, 20 wide by 24 high, no more than 44 inches high. Interesting. Okay. Just Googled it. Nice. Okay. It still seems small. Is that for a, that's not a double hung though, is it? I don't think that might be, that might be a casement. That might be a casement. I'll do some work with you on it, Don, too. I'll put some stuff up there. Clear opening. Okay. So 20 inches by 24 inches. But that's not 5.7 square feet. That's my only argument. Right. But it has to be 5.7. Like I was, so the inspectors in all 3 towns that I'm in, yeah, Arthur. All right, cool. Don, I'm going to look at it. Because now I get to argue with some inspectors. Which, by the way, I've done successfully before, too. And you just go to the code book. Because they think they know the code book inside and out. And they don't. They don't. When is your Lumberjack Landlord course coming? REI trainer. When is your Lumberjack Landlord course coming out? And how much do you think you're going to be charging? Extremely interested. Thanks. It's not going to be expensive. It's going to be much less than Mike's. It's going to be much. We might even do like a subscription where it's, where it's cheap. We might just do a subscription. That way we can continue to add content to it and fund adding content to it. So yeah, we're definitely going to do something for sure. What would you estimate on timing to rehab a 3-2 full gut of kitchen, 2 bathrooms, floors, paint, new overhead lighting, etc.? Just curious because my below unit is coming up in 3 months. Continued, which just seems insane, but recognize I'm a noob that knows very little. Okay. It's opened my eyes to what this work might look like for future units of mine, and has me thinking more about the future and template timing expectations for vacancy. So a 3-2 kitchen, 2 baths, floors, paint, new overhead lighting. If I'm in your shoes, I would budget 90 days. I mean, I can do that in 30, but it's because I have all my people, my processes, my products. I have all that stuff ready to dial in. So yeah, I could probably do that. In fact, I just did it in 30. I just did, what was that one that I just did? Yeah. 3 bed, 1 bath, floors, paint, bathroom, and mild kitchen, not the whole kitchen, but I just did that in 17 days. And I could have done cabinets, but the whole thing was the weight on the cabinets. I would say give yourself 90 days. Mm-hmm. And I would make sure to have taken all the measurements beforehand, because taking all those measurements beforehand will put you in a better position. Because if you know you're going to do it, I would be ordering them all when you have people there. And that way, as soon as they are out, you have all your materials, everything ready to go. That is what I would be doing, because supply chain is such a nightmare right now. Like windows and stuff like that. You're not doing windows, but for like vanities, I would be watching the end of year sales. I'd be watching the Black Friday sales, I'd be watching the Christmas sales. So vanities, cabinets, I would be making sure you know exactly what your cabinet design is going to be. I would be buying those. I bought some cabinets in October. I was told they were going to be here November 24th. I just got the notification that they're going to be here to December 14th. I'm pissed. 3 weeks. I'm screwed. 3 weeks. I lose a whole month's rent because I had everything lined up for them to go in this week and be done by the 30th. People are going to take possession on the 1st. I can't have them moving into a place that doesn't have a kitchen. It's against the law. Not against the law. It's because you have to, there's basically things that you have to do to make it doable, if you will. Like you have to have a working sink. You have to have a working stove. You have to have a working kitchen. These are all things you have to do. Let's see. So that's what I would do. Regarding agents, I had a discussion with an agent who said there's no way he would bring me off market deals unless I exclusively work with him. Whatever. Fine. Okay. Well, you can exclusively work with him. So yes. So you can do that. So just augment the clause. So yes, so I agree with him in a certain respect. I would absolutely do that deal with you. All I would want in the contract is exclusivity on any deal you bring me. Any deal you bring me, I'm exclusive on. And if it's off market, you're the only broker. So yeah, any deal you bring me, you are exclusively my agent. I will only use you. That's how you get around that. That's how you do that. That's the right way to do. That's the right way to do it. Yeah. Yep. That's how I would do it. Yep. Yeah. Trying to think. Yeah. Yep. That's how I would do it. I would just get exclusive with him, but the only clause being on any deal, on any off-market deal that you bring me. That way he can't just open up MLS, send you the deals that are in MLS and be like, you have to work with me. So specifically, yeah, regarding agents, yeah, anything, any off-market deal, I would sign an exclusive contract on that property. So yeah. Yeah. Dawn, clear opening. Yeah, it's 3.333. Yep. How much beard butter do you use on the daily? None. This is what a washed, clean beard looks like. Shampooed. Yes, but no beard butter. Nope, none. It's one of the things I'm good at. Thank God. Yeah. Now my agent wants to get all chatty. Let's see. Cheaper than Mike's. Holy shit, you guys are too generous. Yeah, mine's gonna be cheaper than Mike's. Yeah. Yep. I just think I have something a little bit different to teach. I think that he's got amazing experts. And I love, one of the reasons we were drawn to each other and spent so much time with each other was, how he buys was exactly how I buy. Which is I'm looking at return on capital. He's looking at yield. We're looking at finding out kind of where the market is and then what is a good deal from there. What is a great deal from there? Because I want to be doing great deals and some good deals depending. But I'm hands-on on pretty much all the construction stuff. Like I've gutted units. I've, done paint, installed kitchens, installed flooring. I don't do it anymore, but knowing what the work is and knowing what the effort is, kind of more dialed in to be able to do that stuff. So, yeah. And Mike was, Mike's, market is 2.5 hours away. And so that's why I want to be close, is because I can stop in and I can help do a job. If guys were behind on something, I would go in there and I'd be like, you know what, let me take care of this stuff and you guys do this stuff. So yeah, that's why I like that. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, cheaper than Mike's. But it's not going to have all Mike's is going to have in it. Mike's course overall will be better. Mine is going to be very specific to the 4-3-2-1 strategy and rehab being a part of it, because I've been as successful as I have because I bought crap. I bought crap and I redid it and I made it amazing. Yep. So yeah, that's the plan. Dawn, could be 820 square inches opening to get the 5.7 square feet. Interesting. Yeah, I'm telling you, the devil's in the details there. Oh, there's Heather. Good morning. I came in late, so I have to go back and watch from the beginning. Hope all's well with the family. Thank you, Heather. I literally asked a half hour ago, anybody see Heather? I know you're on Alaska time, so it's understandable. And then Chris Miller, there's a really good Bigger Pockets podcast all about general contractors. Yeah, Bigger Pockets does have a decent amount of content. Some stuff I completely vehemently disagree with. The main thing I vehemently disagree with is they won't let me on the channel. That's the biggest thing I disagree with. But yeah, a contractor getting anything done in a month, generally speaking, that's true. Yeah, generally speaking. It just depends on breadth, depth, and scope. Number one. Number two is you can always have 2 of 3. You can always have the best quality and the best price, but never the best time. You can have, and so those are the three things: best quality, best price, and best time. You can have 2 out of any 3 at any given time, but you can't have them all. That's the big thing. Can't have them all. Chris Miller, Mike, thank you for doing this. I'm hoping to be in your shoes one day, one blunder at a time. That's awesome. So Mike is Mike Zuber. I am Matt, the Lumberjack Landlord. But that's okay. It doesn't hurt my feelings. You don't even know my name. Just know me as Lumberjack. I was trying to use multiple agents with our first purchase, but the agents I had talked to ended up being friends, and one backed down because he didn't want to work against his buddy. Yep, sure. Yep, we were trying to ask for MLS searches, nothing else. Yeah, so a lot of times people will bow out, and that's good. Those are all good things. Give me just 1 second. It's kind of a light day for contractors today. Holy Toledo. We only had a couple contractors reach out all day. So I guess things are going pretty well. Either that or they're not working. That's one of the two. So I'll do some more follow-up on Dawn on that egress thing. I've always been told that it can be the opening, but that's where I've gone with a casement window, right? That's where I've kind of gone with a casement window as opposed to a double hung. Because on the double hungs, those are pretty big windows, as you guys can imagine. Those are pretty big windows. All the young kids might be napping. It's possible. It's possible. Nope, all in bed. Holy cow. Okay. So the good news is I can keep them going. That's the good news. I can keep going. Everyone's asleep. They all kept me up. That's all good. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, so good. Yeah, so good. I love that. Love it. Chris Miller, sorry, Matt. Yeah, dude, you're all good. I was just joking. Just joking. You get a little bit punchy towards hour 3 or 3.5 hours in. You get a little bit punchy, but I'm still having a blast. I love this stuff with you guys. I've seen you references both Dion and Mike in one live stream. Yeah, true story. Yeah, true story. Yeah. Yep. And the funny thing is we're all right around the same age, which is really kind of funny. I am so they are so mature to me, and that's not an old comment. They're just mature. I'm like such a 5-year-old. Yeah. All right. So, oops. All right. So, what else? So, so I'm going to check on the egress thing. Let's see. I'm trying to think of, something I wanted to mention to you guys real quick. If you have units available, you might want to look into COVID, whatever COVID relief funds are in your area. They are in a unique position where they are approving anywhere from 12 to 18-month vouchers for people that have been displaced. And that can be displaced for the houses selling and they haven't gotten onto a housing list yet. So something that's worth looking at. The reason why I say this is because we had a couple of units that or a few units that we were contemplating short-term rental on. We've got a new property manager. Not really property manager. What's the right thing? Property maintenance guy. Because we still manage all the properties. We still manage all the comings and the goings. But he's really more of a property maintenance guy. So we felt confident that with having him as a property maintenance guy, a cleaning company that we use that was like, yeah, we can take on some of that business. So we felt pretty good about, so we were kind of looking at it and saying, what's the best path? And so we wanted to make sure that we had a cleaning crew in tow. We wanted to make sure that we had a maintenance person in tow, that we have something broke, they could take care of it, especially with me being in quarantine. So we were kind of getting these units ready for short-term rental. Again, just a splash, just to see how it felt, and putting them in a couple of different buildings. And also some traveling nurses and such. So just kind of, we had gone through and helped a couple tenants with COVID assistance. We were in the process of helping another one because she had been impacted by COVID. What was really interesting is that I had the conversation with the director, and I said, how many units are you still in need of? She said, a lot. And I said, really? A lot? She said, yeah, a lot. She goes, whatever units you have, I'll take them. That's bold. So we got to talking. Thank God for her boldness. So we went through the process with her. I had the conversation with her. Units that we used to rent long-term. So one was a studio that we used to rent long-term. It was $1,100 a month. That was one of the ones that we had gotten cleared up where it could be a short-term rental. We looked at what the cost of doing the short-term rental was, the cleanings, the occupancy, all of that other kind of crazy stuff. Air DNA is what we looked at as well, and a couple of other sites. When we looked at that and did that research and then kind of figured out, kind of back channel to it, we were like, all right, well, this is what that unit can probably make in a month with all this heavy lifting and blah, blah, blah. So when I had the conversation with her, I said, you know what, we can kill kind of 3 birds with 1 stone, which is better than killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So the killing 3 birds with 1 stone was this. 1 is we can help somebody and get them into a unit. 2, we can do it and still get an increased number over what our longer term rentals are, but we could do it and do it in a meaningful way for somebody, i.e. they can move in for 16, 18 months, and then we just kind of see where we go from there. It doesn't have to be any longer term than that. And then 3, most importantly, is it was going to reduce the amount of heavy lifting that was going to have to go on all the cyclical stuff, right? So it was like we were looking at some of these places between cleaning and get ready and all this other stuff, and having to pay for the Comcast ourselves, which is the internet provider. We looked at it and said, what if we just made these available to the program? So we did. We made them available to the program. That unit was going to, make or probably going to do about $1,800 or $1,900 a month. This is a studio. $1,800 or $1,900 a month. That's normally a unit that rents out for $1,100. The program was thrilled to get the unit at $1,750. $1,750. So I'm elated and thrilled because we're meeting a need, number 1. Number 2, obviously my rents are more expensive than my long-term rents. Number 3 is I don't have to make it a short-term rental to get that increased income. Now, understanding it's just for a period of time, and then maybe we convert them at that point. But most importantly, we were able to meet a need, and the funding is available for them to do that. And so they signed the lease, but the program guarantees the funding based on the voucher that was approved. So if you have units that are coming available and you want to help, at least do yourselves the favor and at least reach out to these different organizations that were dispersing the COVID funds at least reach out to them and have a conversation with them and find out what rate they're able to pay. It may make sense. It may not make sense for you, but they also understand. I mean, I told them, I said, well, the reason we're also charging more is because we know in 18 months that person can't afford to stay in that unit. So we know we're going to have a turn. We know we're going to have to do painting and a cleanup and blah, 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 right down the line. And it makes it also easier for the program if we include everything. So heat, hot water, all that stuff is in our name that we will pay for. So know thyself first. Yes, this is different than Section 8 and voucher program. You have to look up so it's just a matter of doing some research in your county. So first look at state. And so my state said, here are the organizations for each county that are responsible for dispersing COVID funds. Okay. And I looked and I found out who that was in my county and I contacted them. Because I had already helped out a couple of tenants. I'd already helped out a couple of tenants with COVID funding that they needed because their job was impacted by COVID and they couldn't pay the rent. And so we worked with them, worked with the relief fund. They were approved and they got their rent paid and utilities for a period of time. They paid the back that they owed, plus they paid 3 months forward is what they paid. This particular one is a slightly different tweak to that, which is they're actually getting people approved because they were going to be homeless, and they had family, and they were getting approved up front or before they were made homeless, and then they were put into a hotel where they got approved for like an 18-month voucher. And so they're basically moving out of hotels into some of my units. So great opportunity to help people. I love that. That's what I'm all about. And even better if we can do it in a way that they don't feel stuck. Like they're in the unit for the year and a half, whatever their voucher is good for. They can choose to stay if they'd like. And then it takes the burden off of me of having to launch the new business line of doing some of these short-term rentals. I don't buy anything to make it a short-term rental. But I did have a few units that it was like, you know what? We get a lot of calls from people that are like, I need something for 30 days. I need something for 2 weeks. I need something. And they don't want to pay for a hotel room. Hotels around us are probably 150 to 175 a night. And so, you do that for a month and that's $4,500. So we just wanted to be able to try and do that. And so we were trying to do something from an Airbnb side. The nice thing is that we also don't have to furnish these places. So people are able to move the stuff that they in from when they got displaced. They're able to move this stuff in and do that. So, I think that that's important. So take a look at it in your areas for stuff that you're renting out, guys. Just take a look at it and see if it's an option for you. Because again, look at my number, right? 11 is what I used to get for long-term. I'm taking on this tenant for a 12, 16 or 18 month course and it's $1,750. There you go. We did another unit that was about the same return, increased return that we were looking at doing. This was kind of like a perfect unit because it definitely had like a theme to the unit, but it's nice and clean. And so, so that's something that they're going to move forward on too. And then some other units as well. So they have a big long list that they're trying to get through. So, Heather, we have a crawl space on our fourplex. Okay. Currently they are vented and have vapor barrier on the ground and insulation only on the above grade portion. We are considering insulating the whole wall. Okay. And closing off the vents because I have heard that is better overall. Do you have situations like that in your area, and what do you do? Forgot to say it's a cinder block foundation. I don't know. We haven't done that. So I only speak on stuff I know, kind of like Mike and Dion. Haven't done that. I've rebuilt foundation walls, but I have not. And I've insulated underneath, like the kitchen floor. I've insulated that. What's above the crawl space. So I've insulated that. I will also put down plastic on the ground, and I'll actually put then stone on top of that plastic. So I've done that, but I don't know what's been done for venting. So sorry, don't know. Brett Denner, not really a question, just thought I'd mention to see if you had any thoughts there. Brett, where was the question? Sorry, Brett. Cheaper than Mike's. Holy, oh yeah, yep. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's, again, it's expensive to do like Teachable, to do the videos. It's expensive to do that stuff. Like all my gear, I'm not a professional photographer. I only have it for this one, one thing. That's all I use it for. So for me, it's really much more about trying to help people. So I want to make it at a cost where it covers my costs. It pays for the future stuff that we want to do. And yeah, not a get rich thing by any stretch. Because if that were the case, I'd be charging, Pena money or Dan Locke money. Spencer Cornelia is one of my inspirations. I love that dude. The dude, he started out on YouTube. He's trying to get into property stuff. He's killing it on YouTube. He's just a super smart guy. Really appreciate him. And yeah, but he does a bunch of stuff on like gurus and things like that on his site that just I find hilarious. There's one that was really good. It was a guy who's called a Bookie Killer. Loved that video because I knew Mike. I knew of Mike. And basically, yeah, he basically teaches you what to bet so you can beat your bookie. And then he asks for like 50% of your winnings when you get it. But when you lose, obviously he gets nothing, but you lost. So you're still going back to him for other stuff. And like, yeah. So he did an expose story on him, and they're both Vegas guys, and they got into it like big time on a YouTube beef. And then Spencer Cornelia just went surgical on the dude. So really, really, really good TV. Yeah, really, I liked it. I enjoyed it a lot. No, they sell first. How do I find these organizations? Yeah, so I told you that, dispersing COVID. So just look at your state, and your state will say who is doing it in your county. It might be, depending on your states, it might even be the state. It might not be. It might be a program, but I would just look into it because you'll find eventually who it is. Andrew P., as always, appreciate all the time you give us, Matt. Happy to do it, guys. Hope you and the family have a good week, and I'll catch you on the next live. Andrew, thanks so much. If you haven't already left, appreciate you, my man. Rob, are you expecting picking up more units between now and the end of the year? I am. In fact, I close on 3 more next week. I close on 3 more units next week. And then just before Christmas, I close on 4 units. So it doesn't bring me to 100. I think it brings me to like 97 or 98. Brings me close because we sold something. So yeah. Yep. So I am closing on stuff between now and the end of the year. No, they sell first. I live in an area that doesn't have any multifamily properties. Okay. And the few that are very old, and the numbers don't make sense. Yeah, that's tough. Yep. No code on. Vent is for condensation accumulation. Yep. Don. Yeah. Can't spell and have a master's degree. That's all right. We're on level playing field. I don't have a 9th grade diploma, but I can't spell. So we're level that we can just both not spell. I know they sell first. Given your comment that you see 2 to 4 units as having huge potential. Yep. Could you explain why? Sure. Will they sell for more because they can become condos for primary residence? So that's part of it. I think the bigger issue that you're going to find is single family inventory will remain low. New home inventory won't impact the old inventory. And here's why, because the cost difference. Here, when you go to buy a 15 to 1700 square foot home in the neighborhoods that were just developed, they're like $330 a foot. When you go to buy older properties, they're closer to like $200 a foot. So, 1,000 square feet is going to be the difference of, $125,000 for just newer versus older. So my belief is that's going to get people in a position where two things are going to happen. One, people are going to be smarter and more aware and want to get on the property ladder because they recognize time in the market is better than timing the market. And so many people that watch us and watch Dion and watch Mike, they're saying, all right, I'm not going to live in my single family home. I'm going to live in one unit out of a fourplex, or one unit out of a three, or one out of a two. And then that's going to help me invest in my real estate journey moving forward, because I'm always going to have that income from that other unit or units. And then if you follow my 4-3-2-1 strategy, that really shows you how to go from a fourplex to a tri to a dupe to a single family. Or you can bounce around from a 4 to a 4, or a 4 to a 3, and then do another 3, and then do a 3-3, and then a 2, and then a couple 2s, and then a 1. But that's what helps you build your empires, because then you're getting owner-occupied debt, which is much less expensive than investor debt. And you can learn the house, do anything around the house that you want to get done. That way you know when you're passing it off to the next tenant, the place is ready, it's dialed in, it's good, and you're in good position to do what you need to do there. So that's where I believe that that the older homes also are not affordable. So for me, our affordability index is 9. That means that 9% of people make more than the median income, make more than the income needed to buy a median house. That number's horrible. That's really bad. That means that single family homes where I'm at are unaffordable. And largely that's why the rents are unaffordable, because you have people waiting to buy a single family house. They're now renting the single family houses, taking that out of circulation. The other thing that you have too is on the multifamily is the price per unit. If you're looking at a 3-bed, 2-bath house, or a 3-bed, 1-bath, residential unit, what you'll find is a duplex that has 2 of those is only going to be 20% more expensive than the single family house. But your rents are only going to be 10% less on the duplex than on the single family house. So your return on capital dwarfs in a duplex what you're going to make on a single family. So, yeah. So I think from my perspective, that's why I think those dupes, tris, and quads are going to continue to go off the charts, because there's much more relative value there, and I'm a value investor, so there's much more relative value investor. If you're a buyer, hi buddy, do you want to come in here? Just come and sit on Daddy's lap for a quick second. This is Samuel. Say hi to everybody. Hi. So he is 3, and he's turning 4 soon, but he just woke up from his nap. How was your nap? Good. Good. All right. You want to go back and see Mom? Yeah. Okay. I love you. Love you. Love you. Thanks, buddy. That's Samuel. He's the lumberjack junior. So yeah, I think relative value, guys. I think your relative value is going to be there in the dupes, tris, and quads, because I think it's going to come down to unit price, right? So I understand that people want to live in a single family home. I get it, but wish in one hand and in the other, right? So if you do that, wish in one hand and in the other, guess which one's going to fill up first? What's going to happen is there's going to be a ton of need and demand. People wanting a single family home, but they're more than happy to live in a duplex so long as they have the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom that they need, right? So that's where I believe a lot of that value is going to be unearthed, because guess how many of those multifamilies are being built anymore? None, unless it's like a brave guy like Don, right? Where he found the perfect land. He found the great setup. He's like, yep, we can do 4 units. We can do multiple 4 units. Yeah, Don can do it, and he can build at a price per square foot that's reasonable. I just looked at putting a road in for a development just for me, just because I was like, you know what? Let's just see what it costs. Let's just run the numbers so I'm not talking out my what. It was $1,000 a foot for the road, for bringing utilities in, water, sewer. It was $1,000 a foot. The road was 750 feet. It was going to be $750,000, and that was before they did a bunch of the things that they needed to do to put that road in. It was crazy, insanity. So yeah, from my perspective, Just didn't make any sense. Heather just looked up the affordability index in Alaska, 1.11 for 2020. So what you want to look at is where that is historically from 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015. And then you want to understand is the 0.11. So mine's basically the same. Mine's 109. So because it can go below 100, whereas you can have 0 people making enough money. You can do less than 0 people making enough money to buy a median level house. So I'm interested what that kind of number looks like. But that's for Alaska as opposed to like mine's for the state. We're a lot smaller than Alaska. You could fit probably like 60 New Hampshires in Alaska. REI trainer. My second son's name is Samuel. Very cool. Yep. Samuel's name is Samuel Alexander. He's named after his great-grandfather, Samuel, and his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather and his grandfather, who were amazing men. They were amazing men. Immigrants and almost died getting here. So yeah, my great-grandfather, my grandfather were amazing men. So I'm second generation. Yeah, good stuff. Let's see. So let's see. Know thyself first. Okay. Last week you said that you spend more on make-ready quality because it reduces your maintenance dollars. Yes, I do. Yep, I definitely do. Yes. Yeah, so there you go, Heather. And that 0.48, my guess is that's 48% and 47% in 05, and then 2010 is 41%, and then 2015 is 24% of people probably being able to afford the median, and now you're at 11. That is a very expensive single family market. So there you go. That's very cool, REI trainer. Very cool. Yep. Are they Russian by chance? Mine are Russian. It's the beard. So yeah, mine are Russian immigrants. Let's see. Rob, Dion's the nerd. His words. Yep. You're the 5-year-old. Yep, true. What does that make Mike in the paradigm? The adult. That makes him the adult. Yeah, he's much nicer than I am. If I just have nothing, he's just a much nicer man than I am. Yeah. Yeah, he's a much nicer man than me. Yeah. Cracks me up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just have no tolerance for real laziness. We may be a lot higher, but our population is 731 from 2019, but you have more people. Barely more people. 1.3. 1.3. That's our number, 1.3. Yeah, 731, 545. Yeah, 1.3 is ours from, I think, 2020. Maybe 2019. But yeah. My market is a 1.33 index, so it is getting expensive. Yep, to purchase. Dang, I should have sold those 4 houses. No, so Dawn, shouldn't have or should have? Yeah, shouldn't or shouldn't have, because I've sold in my market. So get this, I sold the 3 that I sold when the affordability index was 7, 4, and 1. 7, 4, and 1. Yep. Yeah, should have. Yeah. Market's still great, dude. Market's still great, Don. I mean, it really is. Market is still awesome. And that's everywhere. If you're in a median price house or 10% over median price house and below, that inventory is still flying off the shelves. The stuff that's not, so median house in my area is, I think it's now in New Hampshire, I think it's almost 400,000 in my state. If you're a $500,000 house, that stuff sits a little bit. It sits a little bit longer. If you're an $800,000 house, yeah, it sits a little bit longer. But the stuff that's like 4 south, it does not last on the market. It just does not. And there's some people asking crazy numbers. There is a 2-bed, 1-bath, 960 square foot house in my town that's nice. It's nice. but 960 square feet, two bed, one bath, and it just sold for 360. That's nuts. That's nuts. That house 5 years ago, 180, half the price. Yep. Yeah, so totally crazy. Yeah, your numbers are nuts. Yeah, just under 200,000 homes. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Dude, if you wanted to sell those, Don, now is the time. Now is the time, my friend. I still think, like, I have a single family that we use this as kind of an experimental house. And that's the only reason we don't sell it. It's the only single family we still own. It's not like waterfront or something like that. It's the only single family, non-waterfront, non-special that we own. It's like downtown. It's the only thing that we own like this. And so we use it to kind of experiment things there. But if I'm getting for a 3-bed, 1 bath, right? If I'm getting $2,300 a month for a 3-bed, 1 bath, these people were screaming at me because I was making them pay $1,650. Oy. And I gave them the binder strategy and everything. What about that, Dion? But yeah, it was, so what's a single family? $29.95. It's a big number. So yeah, that's what we kind of look at, but we're going to get that place ready. It's going to go on the market very soon. Probably we're trying to get it done before Christmas so we can get a family in there before Christmas so they can have Christmas in a new house. That's what we're trying to do. Let's see. It's crazy they are immigrants. Yeah, that's funny. Ava, would it be fine to ask your great-grandparents immigrated from? Yep. Personally, I'm Polish. Yep. First gen, actually. Okay. An immigrant. It's always interesting to know someone's ancestry. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah. So, there you are down there. Yep. A little bit of a delay. So yeah. So Russian, Bolshevik rebellion, 1917, 1918 Russia. Great grandpa saw the writing on the walls and said, it's time to walk away. And he literally walked away, trucked across Europe. He and my great grandmother, they did that with one child. She got pregnant on the way over. And so my grandpa was born in Romania. And then they did that, got situated, or just situated for a very short time, and then made it over to, come over to America. They did, and then they had their third daughter here. So all 3 of their kids are born in different countries. So, yep. And then so my mom was really first gen because the other one was already they got pregnant overseas and then just birthed here. So my mom was first gen, really here, and then I was second gen. So yep. Yeah. It's been they were great. So I never met my great grandpa, but my grandpa was a hard dude. Nice guy, hard dude for sure. Do I have any short-term rentals? Nisi, I do not have any short-term rentals. I was looking at taking a portion of my portfolio and doing that. And when I found the program that I found that was with basically like COVID assistance that was in need of so many units, I just didn't feel right about making those units short-term rentals. So I talked to them and I said, how many do you need? And they're like, we can take whatever you have. And I was like, I might have like a dozen coming up in the next few months, next couple months. And they're like, yep, we'll take them. I was like, whoa. Okay. Sorry. I don't know how a mosquito got in here, but it did. And I got them. So yeah, short-term rentals. I decided to take the ones that I was looking at to make short-term, and I made them midterm, I guess, because it's a tenant that I know isn't going to be there for 5 years, but they likely will be there for at least the term of the lease, maybe longer. So that's the plan. That is the plan, my friends. That is the plan. So, I've been shopped by a short-term rental management company out of the blue. I've been shopped. What does that mean? Tell me what that means, because it could mean a couple of things. I just want to make sure I'm not wrong. You are still warm enough for mosquitoes? Yeah. It's -8 there today. So here's the funny thing. That's why I thought it was nuts. It's not warm enough here for a mosquito. I don't know where this thing came from. I really don't. I don't know because it's not warm enough here for a mosquito at all. It's oh wow, it's a lot warmer than I thought it was. When I woke up this morning, it was 29. Now it's 50. So yeah, we are not warm enough for mosquitoes here. Yes, we're crazy. But yeah, Nisi put up there, I've been shopped by a short-term rental management company out of the blue. So yeah, let me know what that means. Does that mean you have units that they looked to maybe rent out themselves and then like sublet? I'm interested to know what that means. We'll go 10 more minutes, make it a clean 4 hours. Ava, you're very welcome. Very interesting. Yeah, we're sort of interesting. So interesting. Russians and Poles share a lot of the same issues, even though the Russians were bad to the Polish. Bad. So, yeah, just crazy. Thankfully, my family left before all that happened. They were all here by the time World War I came around, or pretty close. Yeah. Nisi, they sent ads about my property and how they would like to represent it. It's a tenanted with long-term tenants. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, because everybody has having trouble finding inventory, right? And so if a company is able to do that, what are you able to do? So yeah. So what I would look at, guys, real quickly is, so if you're anywhere near a hospital, hospitals are having a lot of traveling nurses, right? So I talked to the HR department for hospitals, and I got some amazing tenants that way, and they paid a fortune because, you know, they're contracting to have that nurse there, and that contract can be, you know, what the nurse gets paid plus providing housing plus paying the service fee for that, like a couple $1,000 a week. So I rented to a woman, and I had a beautiful unit. It was a 4-bedroom. And they were like, we can't find anything else. She wants to live there. It's nice enough. A single woman was in my 4-bedroom, and it was over $2,000 a month. And they were like, yep, fine, no problem. I'm like, okay. Sounds good. That's fine. I love it because obviously I pay water and sewer, so my fees were a whole lot less. And they were guaranteeing the money. So it just kind of made it a no-brainer thing. In fact, what they did was after I think 2 months, I think they said, hey, we're gonna pay the rest of the lease or something like that. And they were like, is there any discount? I was like, no, I don't really know. There's no discount. And so they were just like, yeah, that's fine. We'll just pay it anyway. It's easier. Okay, sounds good. Nisi Ellison, UT Medical. Okay, yep. And Gatlinburg and Dollywood. Yep. Gatlinburg. Yeah. So yeah, University of Tennessee, right, Nisi? Yeah, UT. Yep. I would be calling those hospitals and talking to HR and asking them if they're looking for relocation. Yep. Or traveling nurses. Yep. And then they'll hook you up with the company that's doing their traveling nursing. The other thing that I would do, like I said, is it's only going to be a 12 to 18 month thing. But I would look at, you know, the COVID program. You know, who knows if that's going to get funded again? It likely won't, which again is good. But yeah, I would strongly look at those two options just because I think that, you know, as I was talking about a couple hours ago at this point, or an hour and a half ago, the rents, you know, $1,750 for a studio that we usually get $1,100 from a long-term tenant. And then 14 for this particular unit, 14 to 15 is what we typically get for that unit. And they're paying $2,500 a month. So yeah, market difference, a massive difference. And again, we would make a little bit more than that going short-term rental, but it's fine. We'll go midterm rental for, you know, 12 or 16 or 18 month term that we know is going to go away or likely go away. We'll do that. Well, if we can put somebody in a place before Christmas, yeah, I want to do that for them. Yep. Heather McIver, we did the walkthrough with our current tenant last week after I had asked you about it. Yep. It was awesome to have them walk with us and truly tell us, yeah, that was our fault when it came to some. Totally agree. Yep. Totally agree. Yep. Sometimes, and that's a great tenant. Those are ones that you're sad to lose. Items that were broken. Yep. I couldn't believe how honest they were. They'll usually do that when they're in person, where it's because it's like, hey, we always take pictures of the units before you move in. We take pictures of the units after you move out. It makes sense if we walk through this with you. And that way, if there's something that's there and you're like, nope, that wasn't us, then we can always look back at the pictures, but we'd like to walk through it with you. And again, at the end of the day, I always tell people, listen, I'm not trying to get rich off of doing repairs. It's just a pain in my butt. I'd rather have you hand me back the unit absolutely perfect with no issue. But recognize that might not be the case sometimes. And so then I got to bring people in here and get it taken care of and this, that, and the other. And I just don't want there to be any surprises, and we're not going to upcharge. I always tell people we're not going to upcharge you on what our contractor charges. We just have to have the cost covered. You see, Matt, you are amazing for sharing and giving back. Oh, happy to do it. Greatly appreciate the time you spent with us. Oh, happy to do it. This is fun for me too. I'm selfish, so it's fun for me too. Heather McIver, they told us there wasn't anything that was a problem, but walking through with them, we found some things we feel should have been corrected, and we'll get them taken care of. Yep, exactly. And so, yeah, I mean, ideally, you can even do it, potentially sometimes when they're still there. Like, there's one thing I never do with tenants still there is I never paint the hallway. Ever paint the hallway. I wait until they're moved out, and then I paint that. In fact, usually, to be brutally honest, I usually tell the new tenant, I'm going to wait. I'm going to paint it after you've moved in because otherwise it's on your bill. And I got to repaint it anyway. So that's what a lot of times what we'll do there. For sure. So Rob, you're very welcome. Appreciate you saying this great stream. I agree. What's really funny is last week for 3.5 hours, I think YouTube, I think the algorithm, I think the ads paid when in the replays, I think they paid, I want to say $4.38. So effectively, I'm making about $1 an hour, $1.10, $1.09.5, but who's counting? So I certainly don't do this for the money. But yeah, guys, look in those programs. Like I said, I can't implore you enough. Look at the program. See if we can help some people out, get into a nice place before Christmas. And the nice thing is like, it feels good, but you're also not giving like this massive deal. Like they understand that, hey, this tenant's probably going to be gone in 12, 16, or 18 months. And we know that there's going to be turn costs involved. So we're willing to pay over market. And so that's largely what they're doing. They're buying the opportunity. For me, it may work out. It may not. I might end up doing a bunch of work in these units after they leave. I have no idea. So for me, for us, we just want to try and help some families out, especially where their rent's being covered. We just want to try and help some families out, get them into a unit, and we're pushing really hard. We got a bunch of them done before Thanksgiving. So we have 3 people moving in. We had one yesterday, one tomorrow, and one Wednesday. So we got 3 people in before Thanksgiving, which I'm ecstatic about. And now kind of the next 4 units that we have coming up, we're just trying to get all those folks in before Christmas. So we're going to be busy. We're going to be busy the next few weeks, just trying to hopefully being able to get some folks into these units before Christmas, because I know it'll mean a lot to them and to their families. So we're certainly pushing to that end, for sure. Trying to think if there's anything else. Tuesday, we're still going to be doing Mike, one rental at a time. Thursday, we are talking about a surprise to the community, but Dion, Mike, and I are all going to still do our 3 Amigos stuff. That's important to us. We kind of talked about it. I said I'll go whatever late at night, so we're past everybody's Thanksgiving lunch or afternoon kind of dinner. So be happy to do that. And super excited to be doing that stuff with those guys. And then Friday, Black Friday, I think Mike and I are still doing, I'm still up for it. So if Mike's still up for it, we'll still do Friday. Then just kind of getting ready for kind of the last dash, right? The last 30 days before Christmas. Home Depot circular and Lowe's circular for Black Friday stuff. Keep an eye on it. I know that we will be buying a plethora of the electronic keypad door locks. Now's a really good time to buy them. You can put yourself in a good spot to be able to buy it. And like I said, we use those throughout the rest of the year. So they're well worth using. You won't have to worry and get frustrated about keys anymore, because we don't give out keys when we install those. We just say, here's your key code. And then we have our key code that we can use to get in case we need to. And we keep the keys. Oh, excuse me. We keep the keys. So yeah, nothing to lose, nothing for them to have to return money on. I mean, just, it's a really good situation. So I like using in technology every way we can. I think that's basically it. We got to say hi to Samuel. So that was fun. We'll see what the kiddos want to do for dinner. But yeah, awesome time again with you guys this week. If you ever have any questions, you can certainly post questions to this once it posts. I still look back and answer the questions. Not very good at it, so it might take me a few days, just because of everything else we have going on. But everyone, have a super awesome and amazing week. If any of this stuff was helpful, please feel free to give me the thumbs up. Would love it. Helps other people get to see this stuff. And appreciate everyone taking the time to attend. As always, a super good time. Dion's live stream is next, not today, but Tuesday. I think he's either 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock Pacific time. Watch Dion, support him. Like I said, great content there as well. So everyone, thank you again. Hope you guys have a great week. And yeah, this is what 4 hours looks like. So appreciate all you guys. Have a great and blessed week. Appreciate all your thoughts and prayers. And good luck and happy buying, guys. Take care.